embarrassing.
Right? It's good evening. Welcome to the June 11th, 2026 Northampton School Committee meeting. I'm Jean Louise Scherer, the Chair of School Committee, and I will be presiding this evening. This meeting is being held both remotely on Zoom pursuant to the modification of the state's open meeting law for the pandemic and in person here in the community room at JFK Middle School. This meeting and all participating will be audio and video recorded. Can we start the recording, please?
Yes, I am just, okay. Pardon me.
Okay. We'll wait till it says the magic words.
Recording in progress.
Tiffany cannot hear. Okay.
I can.
Zach, is that because we have to unmute The school committee Zoom.
So
They can't hear on Zoom. So is that one? Okay. Cassie, can you?
Oh, it's my fault.
Can you give permission?
which one though? Is it?
There we go.
You sure you
Okay.
have the right one?
Can you hear now?
Now we have a
Yes, okay.
echo.
Is your
Someone has
volume
to
off
mute.
at the bottom? That one? You have to turn that off.
Okay, that's
All right. Let's take it from the top. Good evening. Welcome to the June 11th, 2026 Northampton School Committee Student Advisory Committee Council meeting. I'm Julie Scherer, the Chair of the School Committee, and I'll be presiding this evening. Meetings being held both remotely and Zoom pursuant to the modification of the state's open meeting law for the pandemic and in person here in the community room at JFK Middle School. This meeting and all participating will be audio and video recorded. And I will begin by asking Madam Clerk Cassie to please call the roll of the school committee.
Mayor Shara.
Present.
Member Bartoli?
present.
Member Weisenfreund? Here. Member Montgomery Tamaclo? Member Stein? Member Martin?
Here.
Member Mahoney?
Here.
Member Reese?
Here.
Member Chewell?
Here.
Member Sanders Sullivan?
Okay, and the following members are participating on Zoom, members Reese and Jewel. So I will now hand it over to the Student Advisory Council. Hi.
Hi. Cassie, can you put the slideshow up?
Yes.
Thank you. We're going to be doing our presentation on the survey that we send out every year today, and this is just something we do to gather input on the things that the union's working on, and then just general data that's good to know.
Sorry, I had this up and now I can't find it.
Can I ask some questions while we're waiting? So is it the same questions every year?
Pretty much, we add or take away depending on like what we're doing, but most of them stay the same.
That's great.
I had one question. I didn't see anything specifically about bullying. Did I miss it?
I don't think we have anything on that, but we can add that next year.
All right, thank you. I had asked about bullying.
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe bullying and cyberbullying specifically.
yeah.
That might be helpful. And another request? Well, now you have it up.
I'll wait till the
Okay. Yeah, so here's our survey. You can go to the next slide.
And a lot of this is pretty self-explanatory. It's just like the statistics of it.
Yeah. So first is, are you aware of any mental health resources available to students at NHS? And, one other thing. This survey did not get as many responses as it typically does. This year I only got about 230. I'm assuming because it was the end of the year and no one's checking their email by then. Usually we send it before and get like 450-ish. So pretty much 65 are like totally sure they answered yes, and then 105 are somewhat sure, or they somewhat know about the mental health resources, and then 59 are not aware. So, I mean, that's a pretty big percentage of people that don't know or only kind of know. So that's something we can definitely try to do next year is like boost the mental health resources available.
The next question was, have you met with an adjustment counselor at NHS in the past? And 11% of people have met with one regularly. About 18% have met with one once or twice. About 68% have never met with them. And about 1.7% preferred not to say. So this is a pretty large percentage of students who have never met with an adjustment counselor at NHS.
And then going off of that question, have you met with an adjustment counselor this year? Only 28% have compared, well, that's actually about the same as who has met with a counselor in the past. So, yeah.
The next question was, have you heard of the community closet before taking the survey? And 62% said yes, and 37% said no. So it's been getting some good use, hopefully.
Yeah, it's definitely, it's getting low on inventory, which we'll refill at the beginning of the year. And then, have you used the community closet? 16% said they had, so 36 people. And I mean, that I don't know the percentage of like how many people need or are in need of the materials that are in the community closet, but honestly, I'm considering the amount of people that took the survey, I'm pretty happy with that number.
The next question was, have you ever ordered food from the community closet? Which is something that, is it like a more recent development? You'd say, yeah. Did we do it this year?
Yeah,
It was just this year that we added like the ability to order food from the community closet, and 2 people said they have, and everyone else said they haven't.
and that is a pretty good reflection, I think, of the number of people that have taken or ordered food from the closet compared to how many have taken the survey. Not that many people have ordered from the closet, but enough that we have to restock the food, which is good to see. Well, good to see that they're taking advantage of the resources.
The next question was, have you accessed menstrual products from the community closet? Because we did have to move them out of the bathrooms due to vandalism and just the general state of the bathrooms. And 13% said yes, 56% said no, and the rest were just not applicable, didn't use menstrual products.
And then we move on to the food. This was a sliding scale that they could move the slider from 1 to 100 on how good they thought the food was. So the average was a 42 on the quality of the food, and the highest was a 90, and the lowest was a 0. So it shows that people don't really like it. Yeah.
After that, we asked about the portion sizes, and 1 person said too big, 118 people said too small, 47 people said just right, and 55 don't eat school lunch, which really shows that people are not getting enough lunch, I think.
Can I ask you a question? Is that okay?
Would you like questions now or when you're done with the presentation?
Maybe at the end.
Sure.
And then the next slide is about advanced courses. We asked how comfortable you feel participating in the classes that you take that are advanced or honors. And it's a 72% or 72 out of 100 average, which of course we'd want it to be around 100, but it's better than the food score.
The next question was, do you plan on taking a course at Smith College before you graduate? And 23% said yes, definitely. 34% said yes, probably. 16% said I don't know yet, and 12% said no, probably not, and then another 12% said definitely not.
And I really like that slide because it shows that a lot of people want to take the Smith classes, which is really exciting. And then, do you plan on taking a course offered by HCC or Westfield State, which are the dual enrollment classes that happen at NHS? And one second, I have to zoom in. The 19.8% said yes, definitely, or they already have. Yes, probably was 18.8%. And then I don't know yet was 25, and no, probably not was 22%, and no, definitely not was 13.5%. And that's a little bit less than the Smith courses, but I still think it really shows that people want to take the dual enrollment classes.
And it's great to know that they should keep being offered, because everyone loves them and appreciates them. The next question was, which department would you like to see more classes added to the most? And the options were the science department, the math department, the English department, the history and social studies department, the technology department, the performing arts department, the visual arts department, and the world language department, and other. And 3% said other, 19% said the science department, 9% said the math department, 12% said the English department, 21% said the history and social studies department, 5% said the technology department, 8% said the performing arts department, and 10% said the visual arts department, and 8% said the world language department.
And then the next question was about phones. How often do you use your phone for communication from work during school? And the majority of people said that they are, not the majority, but the largest percentage was that they don't have a job. But then out of the people that do have a job, it's almost every day or most days. And then it goes to sometimes once a week or twice a week. And then there's a smaller, bigger than the once and twice a week sections, but smaller than the everyday and most day section for rarely.
The next question was, how often do you use your phone to contact your parents during school? And the categories were every day, most days, twice a week, once a week, and rarely. And 35% said every day, 30% said most days, 13% said twice a week, and 7% said once a week, and then 13% said rarely.
So that is 60% that said they use it most days or every day. And then, do you support a possible phone ban at NHS? And 75% said no, and 25% said yes. And then we get into some demographic questions.
This was just asking about people's gender identity, and the options were cisgender man, cisgender woman, non-binary, other, or prefer not to say. And 30% of the people taking the survey were cisgender men, 7% were transgender men, 48% were cisgender women, and 3% were transgender women, and 9% were non-binary, and 3% were other.
And then, what is your race? This was a multi-select one. And so we hoped to have all of the races that we know of. And if there's not, people said in the other which ones they were, or in the comments at the end, they said. So we've got 2% that said other, 1.5% that said Native or Indigenous American, 86.7% said white, 5.9% said black, 8.87% said Latino, 8.37% said Asian. And the ones that have 0%, I think, were just not included on the survey, and they were just hidden. 6.4% said multiracial, and 1.5% said I'd prefer not to say.
And the next question was, are you Hispanic? To which 10.34% said yes, and 87.19% said no, and 2.46% preferred not to say.
Then, do you qualify for free or reduced lunch? 66% said no. 18% said yes, free lunch, and 3% said yes, reduced lunch. And there was some confusion on this because now lunches are free. So that was a comment that we got at the end of the survey, which we'll try to fix next year.
And then we go into some questions about more Title IX kind of topics, sexual assault and sexual harassment. 92% of people said yes, they consent to view these questions, and 7% did not consent to view the questions.
Yeah. And then since they said no, those questions were skipped. So, have you experienced sexual misconduct defined as sexual assault, non-consensual sexual contact, harassment, stalking, or relationship/dating violence? And 17.99%, or 34 people, said yes. And then 82% said no, which was 155 people. And then if you said no, it skips the next questions that come after this.
The question after that was, if yes, did you experience the sexual misconduct while enrolled at NHS? To which 58.97% said yes, 30.77% said no, and 10.26% preferred not to say.
And yeah, so that was 23 people experienced it while they were enrolled at NHS. And then for where did it happen? 11 people said in school, 4 people said close to school, 16 said elsewhere, and then 7 people preferred not to say.
And the slide says, have you reported the misconduct to NHS? To which 5% or 5 people or 14.29% said yes. 80% or 28 people said no, and 5.71% or 2 people said they preferred not to say.
And then we asked why they didn't report the misconduct, and 1 person said they weren't comfortable doing it. 1 person didn't know how to do it. 0 people were threatened. 5 people didn't want to. 11 people didn't think that there would be any positive change or consequences for the perpetrator. 5 people said other, and then 6 said prefer not to say.
And then we asked if you have, whoops.
So yeah, that was the end of the survey, and there were some open responses, but not that many people filled it out. And a lot of it was just like talking about the free or reduced lunch, asking clarifying questions on the phone ban, or giving someone sorted one of the other union members, and put one of the categories as student union glaze. So just complimenting the union. And yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you. And it's a complicated survey, so thanks for putting that together. Member Weisenfreud, you had a question?
Yes, I think, first of all, thank you so much for doing that work. And I have a couple of questions. My first one is about the slide where you talk about portion sizes and where you query students about too much, not enough, and so forth.
Yeah.
Do you have that broken down by gender?
No, we don't. Well, maybe I could find that if I did some filters, but I'd have to do that when I get home.
Okay, thank you. And, I still think that this is, I know we've had so much on our agendas and so much to work with, but I did ask in February that we discuss food issues and specifically issues around spending, vendors, and changes to try to get a little deeper into this as a body. So I hope that it can find its way on the agenda soon. And then my second question is on your slide, one of your slides regarding phone use. I wanted to clarify the percentage of students that use their phone to work, because something you said, if we could look at that slide again for a moment. Where'd it go?
It's slide 15.
Thanks.
Okay, so how often do you use your phone for communication from work during school? So for them to call their jobs, right? Right, to communicate with their jobs? So does that mean that the 19 point, if you add up the, So 19.52% of the student body uses their phone for communications to call work during school time?
Yeah, every day to contact work.
Okay.
Did you have a clarification?
Just clarification, because she said student body. So just to remind everyone that this was only about 28% of the student body. So just keep that in mind.
Yep. Thank you so much.
Okay, Member Bartoli.
Yeah, I'm curious to know if you all have ever included, and if it would be appropriate to include academic data in this survey, because I'm really curious to know how answers to questions correlate with academic performance, and to what extent this data is inclusive of folks who may need more academic support versus those who are the high achievers. And
Yeah, like GPA or like what classes?
I don't know, like GPA or something like that, just to get a sense of who we're hearing from. When someone says definitely no, I don't want to take an HEC class, is it because they'd rather take a Smith class, or because they just don't feel like that community college is going to be one of their options eventually?
Yeah, we can definitely write that down and have that for the next year.
Thank you.
Member Mahoney.
And yeah, if I could just request that you put questions about bullying or cyberbullying on next year's, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Did you have a question?
Thank you for doing this. It's really great. A couple of questions. One, besides bringing it to us, I know you meet with the administration, so you bring this to the administration too? And
Yeah, we try to. Yeah.
Okay, that's great. I think that seems really appropriate. About the closet, this is just a totally logistical, trying to understand the community closet. You have to, students don't have access to it. They have to order something in order to get something from it.
So for the community closet, that's just like school supplies, menstrual supplies, and hygiene products. And that is right by the library, accessible to everyone. And the food is in a classroom, and you have to fill out a form that only Miss Sullivan can see.
Okay.
We did a test run when we had to store some food in the community closet, and I put just this giant box of granola bars in. There's like 50 granola bars, and I looked at it one day, and there's like, oh, someone took like one. And it's like, that's good. And then the next day it's gone. So it's like, okay, you're not going to do that.
Yeah, that's smart to make that change.
Yeah.
I have two things that I'd be interested in seeing for next year. One would be to have a sense of, do the demographics from the various kinds reflect the school overall? Like, you're not getting all the students to do it, but is it sort of representational of the overall demographics?
Yeah, pretty much. Usually when there's more responses, I think the number of white goes down by like a couple percentages.
It'd be great to run those stats.
Yeah.
You have stats.
Yeah,
in your mix.
we looked at that last year, and then this year we just sent this out so late that student union was done by the time that it got sent out.
Yeah, that happens. And then I would be great to just have sort of a rolling average every year. Like, this is really different from where it was. Do these stay the same every year, or are there changes that indicate something that should be looked into more? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a really good idea.
Okay, great. Thank you. Really
I just want to mention, I was screenshotting all of the answers, so I missed one when I screenshotted it, and it was, which bathroom do you use most often? And that one is 30%, which was the most, said the gender-neutral bathrooms and guidance. And then we've got 8% said the boys' first floor, 15.7% said the girls' first floor, 6% said boys' second floor, 20% said girls' second floor, 2% said boys' third floor. That makes sense because that one's closed now. And then 6% said the girls' third floor, and then 11%, which was 24 people, said they don't use the school bathrooms. So, yeah. And this was a multi-select, so you could click, if you go first and second floor bathroom equally, you click both. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay. If there isn't, thank you again. And is there a motion to adjourn this meeting?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion's made by Member Weisenfried, seconded, I believe, by Member Mahoney. Roll call, please. Cassie?
So Cassie, stop sharing your screen, my dear.
Oh, you think? Sorry.
Just a little bit. Okay.
What have I done? Member Bartoli.
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund.
Yes.
Member Montgomery Tomako.
Yes.
Member Stein. Member Martin.
Yes.
Member Mahoney.
Yes.
Member Reese.
Yes.
Member Jewell.
Yep.
Member Stainer Sullivan.
Yes. Me too.
Oh, Mayor Shara.
Yes. Okay, we are adjourned from this meeting, and we have 3 minutes before we can start the regular school committee meeting. So hang tight, everybody. Thank you.
I forgot to set.
evening. Welcome to the June 11th, 2026 Northampton School Committee meeting. I'm Julie Scherer, the chair of the school committee. I'll be presiding this evening. This meeting is being held both remotely on Zoom pursuant to the modification of the state's open meeting law for the pandemic and in person here at the community room at JFK Middle School. This meeting and all participating will be audio and video recorded. And I will begin by asking our Madam Clerk, Cassie Eckhoff, to please call the roll of the school committee. And I also want to welcome Anthony Morgan, who is joining us this evening and will be taking over as clerk starting in July. Welcome, Anthony.
Let's see. Mayor Shara.
Here.
Member Bartoli.
Here.
Member Weisenfreund.
Here.
Member Montgomery Tomaclo.
Here.
Member Stein. Member Martin.
Here.
Member Mahoney.
Here.
Member Reese.
Here.
Member Jewell.
Here.
Member Sanders Sullivan.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Great, thank you. And members Reese and Jewell are participating remotely on Zoom. So we have a lot on the agenda to get to this evening, including a celebration. So let's move efficiently as possible, and we will start with the presentation to the Northampton Public Schools retirees.
Okay.
I'm overwhelmed.
This evening, we are celebrating a very special group of individuals, staff and administration who are embarking on a new and exciting chapter, retirement. It's always bittersweet to say goodbye, but today, the sweetness definitely outweighs the sorrow as we reflect on the incredible contributions each of these individuals has made to our school community. Think of the countless lessons taught, the problems solved, the guidance offered, the smiles shared, and the lives touched. Whether in the classroom, the office, the library, the cafeteria, or on the grounds, their commitment to our students and to the smooth functioning of our school has been unwavering. We will be recognizing 16 individuals, and as I call your name, if you would come up, and we're just going to line up along the right side, my right side, your left side, and the school committee will come over and shake your hand, and we have a little trinket to remember NPS. And then after we've finished that celebration, there are cookies for everyone. There's enough for everyone. So with that, we'll start with Paula Sheen, who has served the district for 37 years as business staff assistant. Lisa LeBeau, for 30 years as a special education teacher at Bryan Road. Deborah Willis, 27 years as special education teacher at Bridge Street. Esmeralda Ramos Hernandez, 22 years serving as a paraeducator at Bridge Street. Wendy Blanchette, 19 years as assistant business manager. Gino Roman, 18 years. I was right? Roman?
Roman.
Oh, Roman. Oh, Gino Roman for 18 years as special education teacher at the high school. Oh, you have someone joining you soon too, so be right there. Leslie Makowitz, 16 years as visual art teacher at Leeds and Ryan Road. Trish Armstrong, 15 years as health and wellness teacher at the high school. Heidi Erickson, 14 years as tiered support specialist for Leeds. Sharon Deal, 14 years, special education teacher, JFK Middle School. Brenda Lilly, 13 years, art teacher at Jackson and Bridge Street. James Tolfelson, 12 years, special education teacher at Ryan Road. Helen Roman, 11 years as Roman. Wait a minute. See? So Helen, she served 11 years as paraeducator at the high school. Kathleen Unruh, 6 years, special education teacher at JFK Middle School, who was just recently honored as Teacher of the Year. Ellen Boutelet, did I get it right? You did. Okay, I've been practicing that one. 4 years, special education teacher at Bridge Street. Mary Kathleen Mesmer, better known as Kate, who served 2 years as Director of Curriculum. And there was one that was not listed, but she is on the screen, I believe, is Roberta, known as Bobby Jones, for serving the school district for over 4 years as the business administrator. So with that, we're going to just go around and shake everyone's hands, and I will give our lovely little trinkets to you all. Yes, I'm going to grab those. You know what? I can put them back in the box and then hold them.
You tend to let people know how much fun.
I know that. Probably have less.
Oh, no.
Okay, cool, that's fine. I didn't know if that was like...
Oh, no, that's good. And for public comment, when we get to public comment, I guess,
Yeah, same with ours, but I think
unless they request accommodations. We're gonna have to pay attention to that.
Congratulations, thank you.
Just the timer, and it's new that we're using it. Yeah. Well, that's nice of you, Robbie. So nice. Yes.
That's what's improved.
I got you. Very much.
Thank you. That's perfect.
Not to worry. That's just fine.
Oh my God.
Like I think, like I was wearing like.
Okay, good. Okay. There's everyone, please take cookies. You're right there.
No, thank you.
Okay. Congratulations again, and thank you for everything that you've given to our district. Next up is the student representative report, and welcome again.
Thanks. Hi, everyone. It's the end of the school year, so we don't have too much that's going on, but we do have a couple of things, actually. First is that they're piloting the digital hall passes that we've been talking about since like January. It's only in a couple of classes. I don't have any of them personally. Yeah.
I do, and from my experience so far, you can choose between the different bathrooms there are, but you can also choose, I think there's like options for like getting water and like going to talk to another teacher. But the bathroom ones currently, I'm not sure if it's like different timing for different floors, because in the class that I'm in that's piloting them is on the first floor, so I only ever really use the first floor bathroom, but it gives me 5 minutes, which I personally don't believe is like enough time for everyone for bathrooms, especially since like some bathrooms are going to be closed, but they have started to pilot those.
Yeah. Graduation happened. I think I saw some of you there, and it was really bittersweet. I'm really excited for the seniors.
We also recently had a forum about, like the student union had a forum during Flex Block, which was basically a presentation about geothermal energy and the phone ban, and did we do digital halls? Yeah, digital hall passes too. And it was just like using like all the knowledge we had and just giving it to students.
And then I think lastly, next year, Edie will be your school committee representative. So that's so exciting. I'm so excited to watch her do that. And yeah, I think that's about it.
Can you share your full name so we have it?
Edie Adams Sternal, it's hyphenated.
And I can email it to you too.
That's great. Thank you. Welcome.
Excellent.
That's it.
Thank you. Thanks so much for serving this year, Ana Lucia, and we're really excited for you next year, Edie, and you did a fantastic job, so thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Any questions? Oh, yes, please.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about the digital hall passes. Because it's a pilot, will there be opportunities for you to share that feedback around the timing of the bathroom visit?
Next year, I guess. Next year we'll come back and we can ask people how it's been going. Yeah.
Okay, that feels like really important feedback.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to gather the feedback because we only have like a week left of school, but we'll try.
All right, thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, have a great summer. Thank you.
Thank you. You too.
Okay, our next item is a vote to accept the NEF small grants, and we have Claire Lobdell here to talk about them. Welcome, Claire. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. I'm sorry I didn't get the summary of them in time to go in the agenda, but I think they might have gotten emailed to you folks. So I'm Claire Lobdell. I'm a parent of 2 students in the school district and the new co-chair of the NEF Small Grants Committee. This year, I'm pleased to present, we're funding a little over $36,000 in grants for 12 projects. The Small Grants Committee meets twice a year. We have 2 cycles of grants, and we will fund projects for up to 3 years. 6 of the 12 projects are year 1 grants, 4 are year 2, and 2 are year 3. 2 of them are at Bridge Street, 2 at Leeds, 4 at NHS, 1 at Smith Voke, 1 at JFK, and then there's 1 joint JFK and Smith Voke one, and 1 that's joint for all the elementary schools and the Early Childhood Ed Center. The first grant is $1475 for a project at Smith Voke that will it's for the culinary program, Farm to Table Culinary Lab. They'll be using local farm share to develop new recipes and learn how to cook with local foods. The second is $3,200 for a program at NHS that'll bring a screening of the documentary Four Winters, a story of Jewish partisan resistance and bravery in World War II. It'll be a full school screening and then discussion with the filmmaker, and the grant leaders are developing curriculum that'll be used in different classes. There's a $1,200 grant at Leeds that is providing Yodo players for students in the special high need students at transition times to try to help keep kids emotionally regulated. There's a grant for $4,000 at Bridge Street, the Take It Outside grant, which works with Hitchcock Center educators and for kindergarten, first, second graders learn about our local environment. There's the year two, $3,500 for the NHS Visiting Artist Program that brings 4 artists, regional artists, for residencies in the art classes. $3,900 for professional development for a teacher at JFK who is going to be then developing wellness, bi-monthly restorative wellness circles that will be open to educators across the district. And she's also going to be developing some programming for PD days as well for teachers. $4,000 for the drama and ELA program. This is the joint one with JFK and Smith. It's a collaboration with ELA classes, the Drama Club, and Smith Folk Carpentry Shop. There is $1,700 for a college essay intensive. This will be the second time that it's happening at NHS, and 2 facilitators are working with high needs students who have been identified as high needs by folks in the counseling department, in the guidance department, to help those students write essays for their college applications, really workshop those. There's $36.50 for the Bridge Street DEI committee that runs a bunch of different things, the year-end picnic, a book group for teachers at the school, a Molly and dance program. $17.25, this is year 3 for caregiver cafes, which are run by the Early Childhood Ed Center staff at all of the elementary schools. $38.63 for Voices in Motion, inclusive storytelling and learning through creative media. It's sort of creating like a makerspace creation station in the NHS library. And then $37.70 for Ready Set Leads at, Ready Set Read at Leeds, which is early literacy skills after school program that's pretty cool. It's also bringing in Smith students as educators in training to work with the kids at Leeds. So I'm pleased to present those. Anyone have any questions about any of these?
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Are there, don't go away just yet. Any questions? Is there a motion to accept with gratitude?
Motion to accept?
Second.
Motion's made by Member Montgomery Tomaclo, seconded by Member Weisenfreud. Any questions or comments?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very, very much. Appreciate it. Okay, any deliberation? Roll call, please.
Member Bartoli?
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund?
Yes.
Member Montgomery Tomaclo?
Yes.
Member Martin?
Yes.
Member Mahoney?
Thank you, and yes.
Member Reese?
Yes.
Member Jewell?
Yes, with deep gratitude. Thank you.
Member Sainer Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes. Great, thank you again. And next up, we have a vote to accept NEF endowment grants. And Marty Wall, who I just saw, who camera was on a second ago. Marty, hopefully you can unmute. There is like moments ago.
He said he'd be in his car.
Really? I just saw him.
Yeah, he was.
He's there. I've got him on mine.
Yeah, I know, but he was on camera, and then his camera went off, and all right. Well, we have a lot on the agenda, so I am going to move us to recommended actions.
There he is.
There he is. Where?
Underneath Cindy Mahoney.
Well, everyone's different. No, it's
on,
this.
but not-
Yeah, he's on, but he's not responding. So I'm gonna, unless there's an objection, I'm gonna move us to recommended actions 2, which is A. I'm gonna read the items. There's no discussion unless an item is removed for discussion. So first is a transfer of $82,197.78 between certain IT accounts. And B is a donation to Bridge Street's from Bridge Street School PTO to Bridge Street School for 6 air conditioning units for an amount of $3,119.88. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion's made by member Montgomery Tomaclo, seconded by member Mahoney. No removals.
Can I ask to remove A? Did I need to do that before? I just
Yes.
didn't have a chance.
Okay, so there's you would like to remove A. So is there a motion to approve B?
Motion to approve B.
Second.
Motion's made by member Montgomery Tomaclo, seconded by member Sainer Sullivan. Roll call, please, on B.
Member Weisenfreund?
Yes.
Member Montgomery Tomaclo?
Yes, with deep gratitude to the Bridge Street PTSO, Angela Wack, and Tyler Barnett.
Member Martin?
Yes.
Member Mahoney?
Yes.
Member Reese?
Yes.
Member Jewell?
Yes, with deep love and gratitude for the PTO.
Member Sainer Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Bartoli?
Yes.
Okay, great. We're going to put a pin in A. We're going to go back to Marty Wall, who's there. Hi, Marty. Can you unmute?
Thank you. I'm sorry, I had trouble with my computer, so this should work out better.
Welcome.
Thanks. Thank you. Thanks for having us here again to announce the most recent Northampton Education Foundation endowment grants. Throughout the history of awarding these funds, we're forever grateful to the generous Northampton community that makes this possible. Thank you. Since our first distribution in 2007, the endowment alone, separate from any various other funds, has provided over $1 million to Northampton district educators to enrich and enhance our students' educational experience. These educators have done an amazing job. Under our new endowment distribution structure since school year 2024 and 2025, and including these that are being announced today, $140,000 has been awarded, and other prospective projects are in the pipeline. These Northampton Education Foundation endowment funds are invested, protected, and managed with our partner, the Community Foundation of Western Massachusetts. Distribution only includes the endowment's growth and never its principal. These funds are generated by the Northampton Education Foundation Endowment Fund, and under its umbrella, our named funds, which are the Bank ESP Fund, which is going to have a name change, obviously, the Eli Daniel Nemitz Todd Memorial Fund, the Florence Bank Fund for Public Education, the Marie Hershkowitz Memorial Fund, the Northampton Area Pediatrics Fund, and Principal Gwen Agner Fund for Northampton Public Education. We are so grateful for the continuing generosity of the Northampton community as the endowment continues its growth to provide enrichment support to public education in Northampton for generations to come. Thank you to our community that makes this possible, for without you, it doesn't happen. And thank you to the school committee for all your hard work in making our schools the best they can be. This round, there are 3 particular grants that we're awarding. The Northampton High School has one called the Partnering for Transformational Change, which we fully funded at $16,775. And through restorative practices, mindfulness programming, youth leadership development, and health education initiatives, this project creates opportunities for students to strengthen connection, belonging, and well-being while contributing meaningful to positive school culture and systems change. The proposal demonstrates strong alignment with district priorities around equity, mental health, and student voice, and outlines a clear plan to expand participation and normalize these practices across classrooms, extracurricular activities, and multiple grade levels. At JFK, there are 2 awards. One is called Hitting the Right Notes, new and improved instruments for the JFK Band and Jazz Band. We fully funded this at $17,500. This proposal requests funding to repair and replace critically worn wind and percussion instruments, and by investing in professional repairs, essential replacements, and culturally representative percussion instruments, this project makes the music program at JFK more accessible to all students, regardless of financial means. This investment supports inclusive, culturally responsive instruction, benefits a large portion of the student population, and ensures that the band program continues to grow as an equitable and engaging component of the school community. Also at JFK is updating and increasing access to technology, which we fully funded at $8,000. Much of the benefit here will be available to those students who don't have the opportunity to use 3D printers outside of school because of the financial barriers of buying personal equipment or paying for extracurricular activities that expose students to higher technology. Examples of students who are in the GOALS program, and this program helps them create using the computer, sending it to the printer, and then handing them the actual product for them to take home. Students in the ELL program who struggle with verbal and written instructions are benefited by this program because with some modified instruction, they get to build and access the curriculum like everyone else. So these are the 3 that we've now awarded recently. I mean, we have been awarding all along. Our arrangement is a little bit more rolling than the small grants. So there's more availability. And right now, the elementary school levels are planning their 3-year projects, and we'll be starting them in the fall. So we thank everybody who are involved with having this happen in the school systems. So that's all I have, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, is there a motion to accept the NEF endowment grants?
Motion to accept.
Second. Motion's made by Member Sanders Sullivan, seconded by Member Montgomery Tomko. And no further discussion. Again, Marty, thank you, and huge thanks to NEF. We very much appreciate it.
Well, thank you for all that you do too.
Thanks. Roll call, please.
Member Montgomery Tomako?
Yes.
Member Martin?
Yes.
Member Mahoney?
Thank you, yes.
Member Reese?
Yes.
Member Jewell?
Yes, with big thanks.
Member Sainer Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Bartoli?
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund?
Yes.
Okay. Let's just finish up those recommended actions too, if without objection, and then we'll move to public comment. So where we were was Member Martin, you had requested to remove that item.
Just because this is our first time, or at least my first time going through this process, I just wondered just a little clarity on these particular ones also. Are these from the operating funds of the district, or are they capital funds? I saw that it was something Luigi signed off on, so I just wanted to understand what budget these funds were moving between.
Okay, well, I see that Bobby turned her camera on, but also Luigi is here as well. So, Dr. Bonner, is that?
Yeah, that's correct. But just to be clear that this is, the operating budget is not capital improvement.
Okay.
Thank you. Shall I ask Luigi to unmute, or Bobby?
The only question so far is if it's operating or capital, and it is operating.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay.
That was it. Thank you.
Okay. Member Weisenfeld.
Yeah, thank you. And Bobby, just a couple, again, I share Member Martin's sort of need to just chat about it for a little bit. So Why are there outstanding balances? Is it due to line item budgets being exceeded, new needs, or what is that?
So that is because last year, well, for this fiscal year, in working with the IT department, those budget lines were reduced, not realizing in full what they were used for. So this is basically just a correction of that part of it. I've been working with IT for the last couple of years, and they're doing a super job at really reining in everything that we need to know. So I'm very appreciative.
All right. So some line items that were mistakenly reduced last year that have to be readjusted now. And my last question, thank you, is what Chromebooks are being purchased, and are those Chromebooks part of every child having an individualized device for 6th through 12th grades?
And I will defer to Luigi for that answer.
Thank you.
Sure. Their request is for regular Chromebooks. So the same devices that are used in all grades. They're not for the, let's say, call them high-end 7 years ones. This is just for the regular inventory. We talked about a few hundreds that are becoming obsolete or damaged constantly, and unfortunately the cost of these devices is increasing dramatically. And so that's why we requested that kind of money.
So, but will it result in every child having an individual device?
Yes, MPS has a policy of every child has his own device.
Great, thank you so much.
Okay, any further discussion? Is there a motion to approve?
I move that we approve.
Second. Motion's made by Member Martin, seconded by Member Sainer Sullivan. Roll call, please.
Member Martin.
Yes.
Member Mahoney.
Yes.
Member Reese.
Yes.
Member Jewell.
Yes.
Member Sainer Sullivan.
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Bartoli.
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund.
Abstain.
Okay, great. So that brings.
Member Montgomery Tomaclo.
Sorry. Yes. What's that? No, it's okay. We'll begin public comment, which is up next. If you wish to make a comment, please sign up at the podium or use the raise hand feature on Zoom. We also welcome written public comment, which is equally part of the public record at northampton-school-committee@northampton-k12.us, and it will be sent to all school committee members. Before you begin your comment, please state your name and your city or town for the record. We welcome all comments and thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. Please know that the school committee does not respond during public comment, as it is the public's time to speak. So while your comments should be directed to the school committee, you'll understand when we don't respond to them. To protect privacy rights, we ask that in your comments, you do not use names of students or personnel. There's a limit of 3 minutes per person unless language interpretation was requested or accommodations for a communication disability have been requested at the start, in which case the time limit is 6 minutes. And Member Sainer Sullivan will be setting a timer. Thank you for doing that. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. I think it's Anthony will be setting a timer. And to ensure that everyone has an equal opportunity to speak, according to the rules of procedure, the school committee receives public comment for a maximum of 90 minutes, and we will be starting at 7:08 p.m. First up in the room is Kate Parrott.
Hello, Kate Parrott, JFK Middle School, Chesterfield, Massachusetts resident. All right, first off, thank yous. Thank you to our retirees. Thank you to the NEF. Thank you to all of you for sitting here month after month. It is not an easy job. I'll get to that later. Dr. Bonner, thank you for being our superintendent. I believe this is your last meeting of the school committee. So thank you. We appreciate your tenure. And now on to my concerns. So I am a strident voice about safety at JFK. I was dismayed to learn that our city council failed to cover essential positions in our district. My personal cross to bear is science at the middle school. It is becoming untenable in a lot of ways, safety and access. So Aside from our equipment not being updated in the entire duration, 24 years of my career in Northampton, not a single new microscope, not a single new stool, we are struggling to meet the needs of our diverse learners. And I am very concerned with the increase in our class sizes slated for next year. I do not know, and it's my fault, whether the increase of 40 students is simply a difference between our current 6th grade and 7th grade, or if that number includes the anticipated additional students that come to JFK for only 7th and 8th grade from our private schools. But regardless, 40 more kids, plus or minus, feels like we are just bursting at our seams. In addition, access to all of our learners is really important to me. I am a teacher whose philosophy of learning is to try to do as much hands-on as possible. And it gets harder and harder with the diverse needs. 41.1% of my current roster is on an education plan, either an IEP or a 504. And that number is slated to increase next year. And so I implore you to try and find a way to add an additional teacher to the 7th and 8th grade, just one FTE. And I have to give a shout out to my social studies teachers because I worry about them too. Nobody's really here to talk about them, but they are looking at the exact same class sizes because science and social studies at JFK do not have that off-team option, nor do we have levels. My other concern is heat at JFK. Thank you to the lovely PTO for offering money to us. It is still outrageously hot up there, so please come on, visit me on any single day in June, especially a lab day. I know my time is up, I think. Yes. But lastly, I am fatigued by the animus. Oh, I didn't mean to bang that. I am fatigued by the animus in our city, in this own council, this committee, our city council, our teachers, our parents. It is just exhausting and fatiguing as a teacher who shows up and works hard every single day. And so I would beg, truly, that we try and just get along. I volunteer myself to collaborate with people.
Thank you.
And I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Next on Zoom is Daniel Brindell.
All right. Hi, Dan Brindell, Ward 3, Northampton, Bridge Street parent. I volunteered. Here's Raccoony. I volunteered today at the Bridge Street field day, which was amazing. And I gotta say, the staff there is amazing. The paraprofessionals there are not to be believed. And just the culture of Bridge Street, from the kids to the parents, is really worth celebrating. And I don't know that we do that enough. It saddens me that our PTO and our parents had to buy air conditioners for the kids with it getting 90 degrees this year. And I hope that we can find a way to figure out capital funding for that in the future, like we do for some of the other schools. But again, just a real credit to the culture that we have over here at Bridge Street, that the PTO and the parents got it done, with help from the staff. And I know Principal Stern has been great this year. So, credit to everybody over there. Miss Silva over at Base, I'm really cheering for that to get rolled into the new after school as much as possible. My comment, though, on a larger level is about the budget proceedings, which basically took place in between your last school committee meeting and this school committee meeting. There hasn't been a chance for us to weigh in at all on that conversation whatsoever. And so if we could just talk about that for a second, something that really came through. I know not that many people watched it, and I've made this point a few times, but one of the things that really came through is that the school budget is very clearly capped. You guys asked for more money. The teachers have asked for more money. clearly we need more money for the services that we need to provide. And that's not happening. My kid's being crazy. But at the same time, we really are encouraging the tech budget and the IT budget to expand and expand and expand. Obviously, that's not necessarily a problem. Software, hardware, IT, this is part of, the modern world. But as you talk about getting rid of cell phones, as we talk about the concern with, my kid is a first grader learning how to read from an iPad, when we start to talk about sort of the problems with some of those and some of the austerity measures that we're doing in our town, I really need to raise the alert. We are encouraging our teachers, and I think encouraging you guys, encouraging everybody to look to IT as the only source of solutions for a lot of these problems. A lot of problems that would be more easily solved with staffing, or as a teacher who just spoke mentioned, just more resources for other kinds of equipment beyond tech. Unfortunately, that's not an option. And that's been made clear by the city that is not an option. And so we look to tech and we invest in tech. And you guys are about to buy a ton of computers. Tech is pushing you to do it like that without a lot of debate. And I just hope that we can have some debate over that. And when we talk about debate, I just want to be clear, when we talk about procedural things like Robert's Rules of Order, to keep order in a body like this, which is necessary because obviously these issues become heated and everybody has differences of opinion. A lot of those procedures and Robert's Rules of Order are about the people leading the meeting. It's to keep the people leading the meeting objective and allowing people to say their piece in a way that allows it to just feel constructive and pleasant and healthy. And I would really, really love it if we could get more of that from the leadership of this committee. And from the members of this committee, please consider limiting tech or deciding about tech as opposed to just having tech be the only way that we solve every single one of these problems. Thank you. And thank you for...
Sorry. Next in the room is Rick Last.
Hi, everybody. I'm Rick Last, and I'm Ward 6, and I'm a member of the Massachusetts Teachers Association Statewide Immigration Committee, and I work with the NACE Immigration Solidarity Committee. I'm a verifier for the LUCE Network and chair of the Retired Members Committee of the MTA, representing about 8,000 retirees. In August, you are going to be receiving a resolution regarding ICE enforcement activities and in our schools, regarding our schools, and this will be coming before you. It lays out concrete steps for that our district can take to support and protect immigrant students and their families. My colleague, Ray, a Northampton high school teacher, will outline that proposal. The NACE committee wants to thank Amy Martin for bringing this resolution forward for consideration in August. Importantly, we are not starting from scratch. In March, Dr. Bonner outlined many similar principles and protections that are included in the resolution. What this resolution does is make those commitments clear, accessible, transparent, and accountable. We are living through difficult moments. Many people feel fear, uncertainty, and concerned about the future of our country. We are witnessing policies and practices that too often replace compassion with cruelty and create insecurity for some of our most vulnerable neighbors. Nowhere is this more visible than immigration enforcement. We are seeing families separated, communities members detained, and people are removed from their support networks. Across Massachusetts, over 5,000 immigrants have been detained, and in many communities, school enrollment has declined because families are fearful of sending their kids to schools. Schools should be places where our children can learn, grow, and dream without fear. Today, that sense of safety feels less certain for many immigrant students and families. When communities are asking who will stand up for them, our schools have an opportunity to answer. But there's another truth about this moment. Alongside fear, there's courage. Alongside cruelty, there's solidarity. Alongside despair, there is hope. Hope's not something we wait for. Hope is something that we create. It grows when neighbors show up for one another, when communities organize, and when leaders choose action over silence. Across Massachusetts, communities are preparing for what may come next. Is that my little
That
thing?
is time. If you could finish up your.
So the question before us is simple. How will Northampton be prepared to support immigrant students and their families? That preparation requires planning. It requires clear communication. The resolution will turn our values into action. I look forward to this happening in August, and we can accomplish extraordinary things. Thank you.
Thank you. Ray, would you like to go next? Yeah, sure.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Raymond Paquette, Black Birch Trail. I'm also a math teacher at the high school, not connected to what Rick was saying, but following Ms. Parent. 56% of my students are on IEPs or 504s. So just to follow up on that. But back to the NACE Immigrant Support Committee. We formed in March after hearing concerns from educators and students about ICE, fears of them from the students and the caregivers. I'm going to give you some snippets from the draft, which we will see in August, and I'm going to paraphrase. So we're looking for NPS to declare schools, which means buildings, buses, events, anything to do with the public schools, declaring them as protected spaces where immigrant enforcement activity is not permitted. We don't give access to school property to ICE. We don't give student information or records to ICE. We don't help locate or identify students or family members. We don't cooperate with ICE enforcement action before the superintendent or legal counsel verifies the existence and scope of a judicial warrant. We don't collect, record, or maintain information regarding the immigration status of students or their family members. We will have an immediate response protocol. We'll have a plan, which will include a district-wide rapid response requiring staff to deny entry pending the legal review. So we want people to not only have a policy, but we want people to know about it. So staff will deny entry pending legal review, notify the district leadership immediately, document any kind of attempted or actual enforcement activity. We also look for the district to provide legal and emotional support by committing resources to connecting families with legal service providers, providing trauma-informed counseling for students that are impacted, which is not necessarily undocumented students, right? There's a lot that this goes bigger than that. I've lost my place. Oh, partnering with community organizations for rapid support. We want to make sure everybody knows, so we're going to look for required mandatory training developed collaboratively by educators and administrators for all staff and administrators in the district. We commit to and ask for transparency. We want the superintendent to report to the school committee instances of immigration enforcement requests or actions involving the district. We advocate beyond the district. We want to work with state, local, and federal officials to protect schools as sensitive and safe locations to ensure that no child's education is disrupted by immigration enforcement. Talk is cheap. We look forward to, sorry if that was crass, but talk is cheap. We look forward to working with the policy subcommittee of the school committee, with NPS educators and the superintendent to refine these protocols, and most importantly, work towards putting them in action, giving real meaning to these words through doing things, concrete actions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, next on Zoom is Jessica Leclerc. You are unmuted.
Okay, thank you. The host, I'm trying to get my video available.
Here.
It says it's blocked by the host, but
I just asked you to start it. Can you see that?
Sure.
Did it pop up?
Let's see. I'll just say what I have to say. I'm Jessica Leclerc. I have a student at NHS and another student who went through NHS. And I'm here to tell you that I would like to see a bell-to-bell ban at all schools in Northampton. Our responsibility as parents, educators, and elected officials is to provide a school environment that is safe for our students' psychological, physical, and social growth. And the keep your phone away policy doesn't do that. These devices are addictive. They're designed to be addictive, and it doesn't take long to become addicted. So as long as phones are accessible during the school day, we're asking our children to spend their school day wondering when they're going to get their next hit, or feel like they're missing out because they're not getting that hit. Those of us who have quit smoking or drinking, we know that to quit, we need to remove the temptation from immediate reach, at least until our brain resets. And it takes incredible power to overcome addiction and the urge to use whatever it is. Providing access to phones at schools is going to allow addiction to flourish. We know that in elementary school, middle school, and high school, our children's brains are still developing. We have no idea what the long-term impact will be of cell phone use and social media use at the young ages over the course of their lives, on their brain chemistry, their social relationships, and their ability to sustain the attention needed to appreciate an offline experience. The tech industry is conducting an experiment on our kids, a huge experiment, and if we allow it to continue by allowing cell phone use at school, we're basically letting them do that. So we have the responsibility and we have the power. I think our community, as community members, we have the power to set community norms that serve our children long term, and provide a healthy environment for social and emotional growth. And I think the bell-to-bell ban is the best way to do that, as opposed to the policy now is in place. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the room, Andrea Gito.
Good evening. My name is Andrea Agito, and I am the president of the Northampton Association of School Employees and a kindergarten teacher at Ryan Road Elementary School. And I'd like to talk about two very important issues. The first issue is the behavior that I witnessed from the chair of this committee. Member Bartoli, the way you behaved at the last meeting and how you treated another elected official was horrifying. If you haven't watched yourself, I suggest that you do. But beyond that behavior was what you did at the May 14th meeting. It was on the agenda for this committee to have a second vote on an MOA, which would give our special ed teachers a much-deserved stipend as a gesture of compensation for the extra hours of work that they had been required to do this year. As the chair, you began the conversation of this topic, talking about why you were going to vote no. And following your lead, the majority of this committee then voted no. In taking this vote, it is my opinion that the school committee did violate Massachusetts General Law 150E by in effect repudiating an agreed upon MOA, which is considered a prohibited practice. For the public, that MOA had been voted on affirmatively in executive session at the April meeting. Luckily, we did not need to take legal action because when the mayor returned, she realized the violation and corrected it at the next meeting. Thank you for that, Mayor Sciarra. But Member Bartoli, leading this committee to break the law and behaving horribly to another member, you should resign immediately and allow someone else on this committee to take the role of chair. The second issue that I would like to talk about tonight is an issue near and dear to my heart, which is the severe needs of our students at Ryan Road Elementary School. We lost a special ed teacher 2 years ago from budget cuts, and our building has been struggling to meet the needs of our highest need students ever since. Due to high mental health needs of our children, we desperately need an additional adjustment counselor or social worker who could provide mental health services and that can help them be available for learning. We also need to bring our .8 occupational therapist to our school full-time so that she can spend that additional time providing interoception and sensory services to help students develop skills that help their body recognize and perceive emotional and physical signals, and to help them regulate their emotions so that they can be available for learning. Restoring our special ed teacher and adding a counselor and point 2 occupational therapist is critical for our school, and I am begging this committee to please find a way to make that happen. Thank you for your time, and have a good night.
Thank you. Next on Zoom is Laura Carney.
Hi, everybody. I'm Laura Ernie in Ward 5 Florence. Thank you all for continuing to engage with me and other parents about our tech concerns at NPS. I have had great conversations with many of you, as well as members of the NPS admin teams. And it is clear none of you are here for the fame and glory, nor the infamy that a great many of you have faced. It is undeserved, and I greatly appreciate all of you for the time spent in service to our kids and our community. My comment is on the upcoming phone policy, and I just want to say there's been amazing comments tonight. I really love this community. What I want to point out is that the Massachusetts Senate Bill 2549 passed 38-2 last July, prohibiting physical access to phones. The Mass House Bill passed 141-10 last April and specifies provisions for either secure storage or geofencing tech that renders them inoperable. On tonight's agenda is a discussion to adopt an off and away policy or pilot at NHS identical to what's at JFK. Off and away, however, does not appear to comply with the very well supported Senate and House bills of the state, and will very likely not satisfy the language in the final bill that's in conference and expected to be instated in October. Principal Lockerty and her team did a fantastic job harkening in cell phone restrictions at JFK several years ago, before it was the cool thing to do. They did the hard work of listening to their community to discover that phones were the root of the majority of issues that they faced, and then they tackled the issue. Principal Lockerty is the first to admit that it's not a perfect fix. Bathrooms and hallway bullying via phones, videos, and chat groups are still causing harm. She acknowledged to me that having a bell-to-bell policy on the books will only strengthen her efforts. Principal Taglieri said during the last Rules and Policy meeting that having a policy will greatly empower his team at NHS teachers to enforce change, something he knows NHS has needed for years. At the same meeting, both JFK and NHS principals made it clear they need a policy in place by September so they are not scrambling to implement mid-year. Piloting off and away at NHS with no change at JFK will create disorder and strife once the state bill goes into effect, and it will result in more time to impact the well-being and learning of our students. I urge you all to have a robust and well-informed discussion tonight regarding this issue, to make clear the funding to support an inaccessible policy in place is in place according to the certified order by the City Council. Once you pass the policy, our highly qualified school leadership teams will figure out the logistics of implementation. They will make it work. Please do what you can tonight to set the stage for passing a strong bell-to-bell policy at the August meeting, specifying that phones are inaccessible during the entire school day. Thank you very much for all you guys do.
Thank you. Next in the room, Sue Sullivan.
Hi, my name is Sue Sullivan, and I live in Northampton. I'm also high school ELL teacher and department chair for 6 through 12. I'm here again today to urge school committee members to adopt an inaccessible cell phone policy, not an off and away policy. Although it was great JFK began off and away in 2023, it's important to recognize it's not working. When school committee members met with JFK Ask students, they emphasized that bathrooms and hallways are unsafe due to cell phones being weaponized for harassment. Asking high school students to suddenly follow this policy is a joke. It's like asking a kid not to take chocolate off of a table or asking a drug-addicted adult not to take the cocaine out of their pocket. Phones are that addictive. There's a big difference between telling a short middle schooler to hand over their phone and telling a 6-foot high schooler to hand it over. Spaces like bathrooms, cafeterias, the gym, and the library will not be controllable. Our NHS librarian has already said this and questions how she will approach students who refuse to hand over their phones when she doesn't even know some of their names. We know that 65% of NPS teachers and 57% of NPS caregivers support an inaccessible policy. The money for the pouches has already been approved, and I have a list of teachers, including myself, who are ready to work at the Yonder Pouch collection doors in the fall at the high school. We're already seeing the academic and mental health decline of our students nosedive. The state of Massachusetts is already heading towards an inaccessible policy that was just explained by my friend Laura Kearney by October. So why are we waiting, school committee? In the words of Bank Street College president, Ms. Polikow-Saransky, what you, the school committee, will choose now will shape more than how kids learn. It will shape who they become as citizens of our future. Please do the right thing tonight and approve an inaccessible phone policy. Thank you.
Thank you. On Zoom, Adam Gruff. Can you unmute?
Thank you. Hi there, my name's Adam Gruff. I live in Florence. I have one child at Leeds and another one who's going to be there in a few years. And I just, as the last few speakers have talked about, I wanted to just put my support behind the inaccessible phone policy. I think that that's something that's really needed. I've been reading a lot about this in the news, and it seems like there's a lot of benefits to having a phone ban policy, and specifically one where the phones are inaccessible, not just from a learning standpoint, but also for student well-being. I think, I know a few parents of JFK students, and they do tell me that they do get messages from their children. So the phones are being used. I think it's obviously probably cut back from what it would be. But I think just, I've been at events recently where phones are not allowed to differing levels, and to just have the phone completely out of the picture, it's a different feeling. I think that people would agree with that if it's just that there's not that pull of that device. And I think for children in school, it must be even bigger. If someone posting on social media, who said what in the group chat, all that stuff is got to be pulling on them throughout the day. So I just think for the well-being of our students, it really just needs to be inaccessible. I know there's a little bit of legwork and a little bit more money involved in that, but I personally feel like that's worth it for the benefit that there would be. And also, I'm not I can't read the law very well, but as my understanding is that might be what the law is at the state level. So, is it like, I think we should just go there now. It seems like. Thank you.
Thank you. In the room, Emily Body.
Thank you. I'm sorry to inundate you with phone-free school policy talk, but I'm Emily Body. I co-lead and co-founded, along with Sue and some other parents, Reconnect Western Mass. Sue and I, along with Kat Allen, were here over a year ago presenting by invitation to this committee, asking you to adopt a bell-to-bell phone-free school policy. I also serve on the Distraction Free Schools Policy Project, where I have been working on state legislation on this issue alongside lawmakers and alongside the Attorney General's office for almost 2 years now. We see what's happening now when the senators and House members have gone to conference to reconcile their two bills. The writing's on the wall. Both bills say that cell phones will be inaccessible and turned off. I urge you, therefore, to reject an off and away policy. We owe it to our kids, to our staff, to have a robust policy that follows these best practices. And let's remember, this isn't intended to be punitive. This is intended to be both protective and supportive. We're supporting student focus, student safety, We're supporting mental health. We're supporting positive social interactions and relationships during the school day. And we're relieving teachers of the burden of having to monitor and police cell phones in their classrooms. And I just want to bring us back to a year ago when I was here, and we had a former teacher from NHS, Eli Chastik, come forward and talk to you about this issue. And I've been sharing a quote from Eli everywhere since, because I think this is one of the most important things we need to hold in mind when we make decisions about these policies. Eli said, "The harm that cell phones do to students is not randomly distributed. We are delivering most of the harms to the students struggling the most. And to me, that is a moral emergency." I hope you will consider his words when you think about what the right thing is to do with this policy. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Next is Ronnie Gold.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
All right. Hi, my name is Ronnie Gold. I live in Ward 3 in Northampton, and we have one child at NHS and another at JFK. I'm here today to ask that all of you make a motion and unanimously vote to add girls volleyball to the FY27 budget. For the past 2 years, our athletic director has requested in the athletics budget that volleyball gets added to NHS at a cost of approximately $40,000, which would be less than 0.0001% of this year's FY27 budget. In this decision on adding girls volleyball to NHS, it's important to note that Northampton currently appears to be in violation of at least 2 of the 3 prongs of Title IX. And in our city that proudly defends and advocates for gender equity, we can take a big step towards correcting these apparent violations of Title IX and this inequity issue by adding girls volleyball. First, Title IX requires that team roster spots are strictly proportional to the gender makeup of the student body. Meaning, in Northampton, where 48% of the student body identifies as girls, then 48% of the available roster spots needs to be available to girls at NHS. In Northampton, nearly every sport has both the girls and boys team. So we do have girls field hockey and boys football and boys golf in the fall uniquely. With the boys football teams traditionally having two to 3 times more roster spots than field hockey, the roster spots at NHS clearly seem to be not proportional to the student body. Second, Title IX requires accommodating interest and abilities. When you ask the Western Mass volleyball community what high schools have volleyball, the response is the real question is which don't. I shared a map with you all, and as you can see on the map that I sent, nearly every surrounding town has girls volleyball if you live in that town or city. The towns, beside the other towns that do not, are Hampshire Regional, and that's the only other surrounding town in Western Mass that has high school girls volleyball. Additionally, as the athletic director has shared, we have already met the MIA requirements for having evidence that NHS can sustain a girls volleyball team based on the multi-year attendance data of an after-school volleyball club at the high school and middle school. In closing, I would like to share that NHS boosters have been offering or are at the ready to immediately provide some support to help fund girls volleyball. Meaning, if you're able to partially approve funding girls volleyball, our community will likely be able to support the difference, that ensuring that there's funding for this very timely and important gender equity issue in our city. Thank you for your time and commitment to our schools.
Thank you. Virginia Crannell? I couldn't read your last name. Go ahead. Cran. Oh, that's a D. Cran.
Hi, I'm here to support the, inaccessible phone policy. And I am a child of 2 teachers who have significantly had their changes in classroom learning affected by phones, and it's made it much more stressful and harder to collaborate with students. And I know, as someone who has struggled significantly with phone use, computer use, I never thought I could be at risk of not being able to adequately restrict myself. And I sometimes wish I never discovered the internet. So to think that children, even as young and as like 7 in first grade, have iPads really makes me sad. And I think it would help high schoolers a lot to at least have the day away from their phones, just to make them see another side of what real life also provides, because there are subgroups of people you can find. You can find people you can fit in with, and I think when you have those real life experiences, it's even as significantly more compared to finding your group via social media. It's even more it's even more impactful to have that in person. And I think a lot of like the few pros of social media flourish even more when they're happening in real life. And I think they have used the word connection, like social media companies, phone companies have used the word connection to make it seem like that's what it's providing, but it's actually just imitating a form of connection that gives you some kind of mirage of feeling like you're talking to someone via like a Instagram interaction, but that actually dissipates after some time. And then after that time, you haven't seen anyone in a while, and then you're not connected with your friends as much. And I just think I know it would have been helpful for me, and I know even in my present day, whatever age, it would have been helpful for me. So thank you.
Thank you. Quaverly?
Hey, Quaverly Rothenberg, Northampton. I think for many of us who are autistic, we actually really appreciate the written form of communication. So for many of us, social media has been the best thing since sliced bread. And I have always made friends all over the world and worked with great engineers and found some of my best supports that way. But recently, as I mentioned in my last meeting, I started to go a little bit viral on Instagram, and I started to hear from people all over the world that I've never spoken with. And interestingly, Northampton's politics are resonating very, very strongly in the most corrupt countries in the world. I am hearing from people from Rio de Janeiro. I am hearing from people in the UAE. I am hearing that they want to help because they see that we are dealing with the same thing. And that should be deeply troubling to you that you don't see it in yourselves yet. When we hear that Member Bartoli got someone from the state to say that she handled that meeting well, if you think that provides you some kind of cover and legitimacy, all it does is cement for the public that this is so rotten from top to bottom. You should be trying to please and serve the people of your community. You should not be looking to the state to sanction your procedural violence against the working class, who is fighting for the good things that they are entitled for you to provide. This is what they voted you into office to do, to serve them. We know now that city councilors can't see the general ledger. We know now that the mayor plans to spend at least $12 million of our money, when she always said it was $3 million, only because Melissa Makoborski was pushing and pushing. We know now that your director of student services, coincidentally, his office is OSS, maybe military, pun intended at this point, because he is just intimidating people. We know this. Your member Mahoney isn't even participating at this point. It's such a farce. So when I see Amy Martin smiling in agreement when someone from JFK staff says, I just want us all to get along, right? A white blonde woman just wants us all to get along. And Amy smiles sympathetically like, oh, me too, me too. The divisiveness is just so terrible. Do you not understand that you are breeding the divisiveness? When you are home with your family and your children, do you just want them to be cheerful no matter how you treat them? Is that what you expect? I hope it's not. I'm sure it's not. Then why do you expect that from the public? When will you do your part? How ironic is it that Tyler Barnett, who put in the most work to get close to the finance director's spreadsheets, to understand what is going on with our money and see how much is being siphoned away, more than what you need for the strong budget, being siphoned away every year to things like Picture Main Street. How ironic is it that he's paying out of pocket himself, charity, just to keep Bridge Street School in a habitable climate? That's your job. We gave you taxes to do that. This has to stop, and you must have some self-awareness. You must. I continue to thank Anat and Mike and Renika and Chris, and at times Meg when she is not being cowardly or anxious. You must remember that all throughout the world, whenever there was killing by state governments, it wasn't only the killers who were held accountable. It was the appeasers. It was the collaborators. It was the people who were anxious and afraid and thought they were doing the right thing by helping a horrible fascist person. You must stop helping provide cover for this mayor. You must stop thinking you have cover. You don't. The only thing that can make us less divisive in this community is for you to start doing your jobs. It is for you to start serving the public. The public are not children. They cannot be told that they must just be cheerful. If you want them to be cheerful, you must see your role in our very, very broken system.
Matthew Hale Radigan, is that right?
Hi everyone. My name is Matthew Hale-Radigan. I live in Florence. I'm a parent of an awesome sixth grader here at JFK. Yeah, talk about cell phones. So I'm also a faculty member in computer science at UMass. So I get them when you are all done with them. I'm in computer science. I've been in industry. I've been in academia. I am no stranger to technology. I love technology. That being said, my experience as an educator, at least at the higher ed level, is that I'd say the dependence on and distraction due to tech, specifically phones, but not just phones, is among young people very robust. It's only been made worse these past few years with the advent of free generative AI tools. And it was, at least a few years ago when they ignored me, they were messaging an actual human. Less so now. I've actually taken the step, which at first felt like an overreach for someone who teaches legal adults, to ban devices in some of my classes. Not the easiest thing to do, trying telling a room full of 20-year-old computer science majors to close their laptops. But I will say the results have been striking. Students have been present. They're asking questions again. They actually remember what a guest speaker said 10 minutes after they've left the room. So the change has been huge. My experience isn't unique. We have science about attention, about cognition that supports this. Studies have shown that the mere existence of a phone on a table, even if powered down, causes significant distraction and cognitive load. I can provide you with references if this sort of thing interests you. I think just saying, well, not during class is not enough. Those of you in the room who are parents have probably had the experience where your voice is the one thing standing between your kid and the next thing they want to do on a screen. How much actually sinks in when you're talking to them in that context? And lastly, I just want to say, again, I love technology. I'm a computer scientist. I've been writing code for decades. That being said, I don't think there's anything special about technological devices. I don't think there's anything special about cell phones. If there was any other object, yo-yos, loudspeakers, funny hats in the school that we knew distracted students from learning, fomented social discord among students, wasted teacher time with enforcement having to be, thing cop, we would keep that thing out of our schools. We would ban it. We'd say no. Nothing special about cell phones. Thank you for your time. Sorry to run over.
Thank you. Is there anybody in the room who didn't sign up who would like to speak? Okay, then we're going to end public comment. Thank you for everyone who commented. And how about a 5-minute recess? Yes? Okay. We will be back a little bit before 8. Okay, we are back. Thank you. And we are up to announcements. I have one, but Member Mahoney, would you like to go first?
Oh, thank you. I'd like to take a few moments to reflect on my first few months as a new school committee member. First, thank you to the students, school staff, and caregivers who have spoken or written to the school committee about the needs of ELL and CPAC families, cell phones, HVAC systems, bullying, after-school care, and the budget. To NPS cafeteria, clerical, coaching, custodial.
Interrupt. We can't hear anything on Zoom.
Okay. Sorry. Cassie, you gotta,
Me?
well, no, I need to do the thing where it lets us unmute.
I didn't do anything.
No. You just unmute JFK.
Me?
Yes. You. Or anyone, maybe. Any co-host.
I gotta find it.
I'm getting a message that the host would like you
We can hear now. Thank you.
Great. Everyone's laptop is muted?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. Okay. I apologize. Go ahead.
That's okay. Should I start over or just?
Sure.
Okay. I'd like to take a few moments to reflect on my first few months as a new school committee member. First, thank you to the students, school staff, and caregivers who have spoken or written to the school committee about the needs of ELL and CPAC families, cell phones, HVAC systems, bullying, after-school care, and the budget. To NPS cafeteria, clerical, coaching, custodial, and transportation staff, counselors, interventionists, teachers, principals, ESPs, PTs, OTs, and SLPs, we value and appreciate you. Thanks also to the PTOs, school councils, LPAC, and CPAC caregivers who work in tandem with schools to keep things humming. We are fortunate to have community agencies like the Cutchins Children's Clinic, the Children's Advocacy Center, and the Immigrant Solidarity Committee. In March, Member Bertoli, Mayor Chiara, and I attended the ribbon cutting at Cutchins Children's Clinic and saw their vision of a place where children and families have access to compassionate and transformative mental health care. In May, Member Sainer Sullivan and I toured the Children's Advocacy Center, whose motto is safety, healing, and justice. These programs and others stand ready to help care for the more vulnerable members of our school committee. As school committee members, we must always keep students at the forefront of any decisions or discussions. We understand that parenting is often equal parts love and logistics, just as teaching is equal parts passion and juggling. And for families of students with disabilities, there's an additional level of case management. There is an extraordinarily steep learning curve to the role of school committee member, and trying to juggle this new responsibility, our family lives, and our outside jobs is an enormous undertaking. I have stumbled more than once, and I am very grateful to my colleagues, family, and friends for lifting me up. Finally, congratulations to the class of 2026, and we look forward to welcoming the class of 2039. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Jewel.
I just want to express I'm very excited for the class of 2026. Congratulations on your graduation. As a teacher, I've taught some of them when they were very, very little. It's been such an honor to watch them grow and become who they are today, and I'm excited to continue to witness their next chapters. And also wanting to acknowledge our 8th graders, our 5th graders, our preschoolers, just everyone moving into their next levels. It's such an honor as a school committee member, as a caregiver in the community, and just as a community member in general, to have so many amazing young folks in our lives who are really helping us to shift and shape the future in a way that feels positive and exciting and brave. So thank you and congratulations.
Thanks. Member Reese.
Hi, on behalf of Northampton Open Media, aka NOM, they wanted me to let you know that they just awarded 2 very new Northampton High School graduates scholarships for their outstanding accomplishments in multimedia production at Northampton High of $750 each. And those 2 students are Ryan Rodmickle and Shira Sweet. Congratulations to both of them, and thank you so much to NOM for offering these scholarships.
That's great. Any other announcements? I also want to add my congratulations to the class of 2026. The graduation ceremony was truly fabulous. So thank you everyone who made that happen. Oops, somebody's unmuted.
Apologies, but we cannot hear what's happening in the room again.
Okay. Okay. What's that? Yeah, it's not that. You have to request this.
If you maybe you can make this a co-host, and
I thought I wasn't supposed to.
I know, but that might be the only way to make sure that it doesn't. So this is
Got it.
okay.
Okay, sorry about that. So congratulations, class of 2026. So as was mentioned, this is the last regular meeting of the school committee for Superintendent Bonner and for our Madam Clerk, Cassie Eckhoff. I can't promise it's your last meeting, but it's your last regular meeting, for sure. So Dr. Bonner, on behalf of the committee, I want to thank you for your service to the district and to the community, and I wish you all the very best as Executive Director of the Collaborative for Educational Services. And Cassie, thank you for all that you have done for the committee and district, including overseeing the superintendent search and digging us out of a huge backlog of minutes under Dr. Bonner's direction. So thank you both for that very, very much. I have no doubt that it was more than you bargained for, but we are also very grateful. So I have flowers for both of you. I don't mind, since we've got hours to go. I could just leave them in the water, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And then
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. They can go with the flowers.
Okay. You also. Okay. Again, thank you both so much for all that you've done. Okay, moving on to recommended actions 1. So I've been asked about the requirements for minutes and what to look for when approving minutes. So we are approving minutes for accuracy. Amendments are for corrections of things that are incorrect. So according to our policy BEDG, and aligning with open meeting law, the minutes must include the date, time, and place of the meeting, members present or absent, arrival and departure times if during the meeting, the decisions made and actions taken, including a record of all votes who motioned and seconded. Resolutions and motions will be given in their exact wording, and a summary of the discussions on each subject, a list of all documents and exhibits used at the meeting, and the name of any member who participated in the meeting remotely. So minutes are not a transcript. In fact, policy BEDG has a specific note that states, quote, that the minutes are not a transcript of the meeting and that specific comments and or discussion should only be included in the minutes as a result of the vote of the committee, end quote. And according to Robert's rules, quote, the minutes should contain mainly a record of what was done at the meeting, not what was said by the members. That emphasis was actually in Robert's rules, not added by me. So I hope that answers people's questions about what you are looking for minutes. So these are the minutes that we will be approving. I will read through them and then ask if there are any removals. Again, removals for corrections, and there's no deliberation unless we remove them. So March 30th, 2026 meeting minutes, April 9th, 2026, April 15th, 2026, May 14th, 2026, May 20th, 2026, and June 3rd, 2026. Any removals for corrections of the minutes? Okay, is there a motion to approve?
I have my hand up.
Oh, I didn't see your hand. Oh, you had that hand up.
Yeah. Yeah, so I would like to remove June 3rd and May 14th. And may I say something?
First, so D and F. Okay, so is there a motion to approve the minutes A, B, C, and E?
So moved.
Motion's made by Member Senior Sullivan, seconded by Member Martin. Roll call, please.
Member Mahoney.
Yes.
Member Reese.
Yes.
Member Jewell.
Yeah.
Member Sainer Sullivan.
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Bartoli.
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund.
Abstain.
Member Montgomery Tomaclo.
Yes.
Member Martin.
Yes.
Okay, moving now to D, May 14th.
So I just want to say, Mayor Shara, I appreciate your clarification on the minutes. I think that where it gets complicated sometimes is in the summary, because summaries are summaries, right? And they have a particular point of view. They're not necessarily objective. So I'm also not wanting a transcript, but I do think it's important they're a historical record and that people need to be able to go back and see basically some true representation of what happened. So with these particular minutes, on page 9, we have Superintendent Bonner said this vote represents the first time that the committee's vote was different between executive and public sessions and that council would be consulted. What was not included there, and I think this is important, especially since this was a sticky issue for us at that meeting, I would like it to read that Member Stein raised a point of information regarding, and I can just read what I wrote and we can shorten it, but Member Stein raised a point of information. Is it the case that these MOUs come to the public for approval after they have been raised in executive session? Vice Chair Bartley referred the point of order to Dr. Bonner, who said that she really cannot answer this as this is the first time we've brought MOAs to the public body after approving an executive session. She said things changed and suggested asking council to clarify a parliamentary procedure. So I think that omitting the point of order that Member Stein raised is, I think we should include that. So that would be my suggested edit to those minutes.
So is that a motion to amend?
Yes, it's a motion to amend.
Second. Motion's been made by Member Weisenfreund, seconded by Member Montgomery Tomaclo. Discussion? Oh, sorry, I'm not looking on here. Member Bartoli.
Yeah, I just want to inquire with Clerk Eckhoff. Did you feel that the point that Member Weisenfreund has made makes these, were they out of legal compliance before and are they now in legal compliance with her edit to it?
I don't see it. They were accurate.
They were accurate. Okay, thank you.
Any other comments, discussion? Okay, roll call, please, on the amendment.
Let's see, Member Reese.
Abstain.
Member Jewell.
Yes.
Member Sainer Sullivan.
No.
Mayor Shara.
Abstain.
Member Bartoli.
No.
Member Weisenfreund.
Yes.
Member Montgomery Tomaclo.
Yes.
Member Martin.
Yes.
Member Mahoney.
Abstain.
So the motion passes with 1, 2, 4 yeses.
Okay.
1 no, 3 abstain.
2 noes.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
2 noes. And, okay. Is there a motion to approve as amended?
I'll make a motion to approve as amended.
Second.
Motion made by Member Weisenfreud, seconded by Member Montgomery Tomaclo. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Sorry, I have to get.
Okay, take your time.
Where are we? Member Jewell.
Yeah.
Member Sainer Sullivan.
No.
Mayor Shara.
Abstain.
Member Bartoli.
Abstain.
Member Weisenfreund.
Yes.
Member Montgomery Tomaclo. Yes. Member Martin.
Yes.
Member Mahoney.
Abstain.
Member Reese.
Abstain. And FYI, the sound in the room is blinking on and off again.
Oh, maybe more in the mic would be good.
1, 2, 3, 4 yeses, 4 abstain, 1 no.
Okay.
Oh,
You okay?
does that pass? 4 yes, 4 abstain.
We can't really hear you.
It does.
4 yes, 4 abstain.
Yeah, it passes because the abstains don't count, so it's 4-1. It passes.
Okay, moving on to F, June 3rd.
Yeah. So I think most of you probably read my comments. Again, I think there's some substantive clarifications here, so I'll read them for the public. So under 3, to replace where it says Member Stein identified errors. Member Stein, I would suggest we say Member Stein identified errors on the order that the school committee was presented, namely that the donation was listed not as coming from the PTO, but from Angela Wack, and that the order also did not include the required signature from facilities. Secondly, to replace, Member Stein expressed concerns about the PTO. Member Stein offered, I would suggest, Member Stein offered his appreciation to the community for finding solutions on their own, but articulated his concern that this sets a precedent, asking PTOs to provide basic infrastructure solutions to our district, especially at a time when the city is reprogramming capital money for less pressing items than this. He also stated his hope for future needed conversations that address how different schools have been apportioned resources differently for this exact purpose. And lastly, Roman numeral 4. So insert an add after the following statement. Member Stein said that the city's current structure and charter are extremely heavy-handed and that one person has all the decision-making power, etc. I would suggest we say, he stated that our near unanimous vote for the strong budget, based on our knowledge of the district's completely ignored. And after, the minutes currently say, which member Bartley had allowed to be discussed throughout is somehow not related to the topic at hand. I would like to suggest that we add, Vice Chair Bartley stated that as the chair, she will rule on who has the floor, and stated that she did not need to say what rules she was basing her decision on. She then stated that she would adjourn the meeting and not take a vote, and return at the next meeting with an answer to Member Stein's question. Member Stein suggested that Member Bartley could take a recess and then come back and tell him the rule related to the point of order.
Is that a
Yes, I think
motion?
the motion to amend the June 3rd minutes.
Second. Motion's made by Member Weisenfreud, seconded by Member Montgomery Tomaclo. Any discussion on the amendment? Member Bartoli?
I believe what I said is that we're going to adjourn the meeting or take a vote, and the decision was made to take a vote. That's my memory.
Sorry, I can't hear.
I believe that what I said was we can either adjourn this meeting or take a vote. That's my memory of what I said.
I don't write minutes anymore. I edit transcripts. So that was the transcript.
Okay. Thank you.
I watched the whole thing again.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Roll call, please.
Member Sainer Sullivan.
No.
Mayor Shara.
No.
Member Bartoli.
No.
Member Weisenfreund.
Yes.
Member Montgomery Tomaclo.
Yes.
Member Martin.
No.
Member Mahoney.
No.
Member Reese.
No.
Member Jewell.
Abstain.
Okay, it did not pass.
Okay, is there a motion to approve as is?
I move that we approve as is.
Second.
Motion's made by Member Martin, seconded by Member Sainer Sullivan, I think? Oh, or,
Tie.
okay, I'll give it to Sainer Sullivan this time.
I'm sorry, motion to approve. I'm sorry, it's all blowing up here. So, who made the motion?
Member Martin, seconded by Member Sainer Sullivan. Approve.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Sorry, I didn't expect this many votes. Mayor Shara.
Abstain.
Member Bartoli.
Abstain. Actually, yes. Yes. Can I change? Yes.
Member Weisenfreund.
No.
Member Montgomery Tomaclo.
No.
Member Martin.
Yes.
Member Mahoney.
Yes.
Member Reese.
Yes.
Member Jewell.
Abstain.
Member Sainer Sullivan.
Yes.
3, 4, 5 yes, 2 abstain, 2 no.
Okay. Moving on, we already did recommended actions 2, so we'll move on to new business. Again, we have a lot to cover. So first up, we have a presentation on the Nutrition Services Program from Ms. Delahanna. We're happy to welcome you, and we're going to try and keep our comments brief for you. So welcome. Thank you, Ms. Dell.
Well, thank you for having me. I'm going to go ahead and try to share my screen because I do have a presentation. So bear with me here. Does everybody see the screen?
Yes.
Yes. Great. Well, thanks again for having me. I am Estelle. I'm the nutrition director for all 6 schools' cafeterias. I put this little presentation together just to kind of highlight the things we've been doing over the past year, and also just a little background of our program for those that may be unfamiliar. And as a side note, all the pictures of food that you see throughout the presentation is food served in our cafeterias. So we are Fresh Hampton, the school nutrition department. It is a name and a brand essentially given to us through actually our student body. They had voted on the name. They actually even created our cute logo with the goat in the corner. And so it is kind of entirely driven by the student community. Our mission in general is not only just about the 3 C's of farm to school, which is very important to us, which is community, classroom, and cafeteria, but also ensuring students have access to nutrition outside of the school day, as well as hopefully supporting them to having a positive relationship with food for years to come. Our participation in our meal program has grown significantly in the past 3 years. We feel very proud and like to think that it has to do with improved meal quality in that time. But clearly universal meals had passed around the same time, so free meals has impacted that. But as a fun point, a note to bring up, we've seen a similar trend happening from 2018 to 2020 when we didn't have universal free meals. So meal participation was improving, as well as our school meal quality in that time. So in addition to really working hard at improving meal quality, we've also been highlighted across the state and the country for our farm to school work. We have been part of a session that's been featured in different conferences throughout the country about building capacity. So highlighting our farm to school work and helping other districts and organizations build sustainable programs. We've been invited for 2 years in a row to the Massachusetts Farm to School to Sea conference at Smith College. 1 year we actually even had a field trip for participants to come out to our schools and see our work in action. Last spring we were invited to speak at the Northeast Farm to Institute Summit in Portland, Maine. And then this past December, we were able to speak on our programming at the National Farm to Cafeteria Conference in Albuquerque, New Mexico. And that's the picture at the right corner. The far right individual is Brian Jersky. He's our farm to school coordinator and also a district parent. The individual in the red sweater is a Department of Education contact. That's Maggie Nowak, myself, and Brianna, who works for Chicopee Public Schools. So grant funding has been a strong drive for us. And it's allowed us to increase capacity, which includes our farm to school coordinator in the beginning, helps us support our mission and continue our work with in-class educational programming and as well as farm field trips, professional development for the food service staff. We've been recipient 2 times in the Farm to School or the USDA Patrick Leahy Farm to School grant, and for the past 2 years to the Mass Fresh Core and Mass Fresh grants, and hopefully for next year as well. In addition to in-class programming, which is our Fresh Kids program, it's in-class cooking that kind of connects the garden seasons for the school gardens. We've also been able to purchase 3 hydroponic grow towers. We have 1 at JFK Middle School and 2 at the high school. So they've actually supplemented the lettuce we're using in our salad bar and in our salads at those schools, as well as growing enough basil to produce pesto to make flatbreads for the entire middle school and high school lunch service. The JFK Middle School tower is completely manned by science students, actually, students with Miss Parrott. They come down and they add water, they check the nutrients, they adjust the nutrients. It's actually pretty awesome to see their excitement around that tower. Another thing we're very proud of is monthly taste tests. Every month, you'll find Brian in the elementary school cafeterias during lunchtime testing new recipes made with, we try to feature local farms and local ingredients, and we try to come up with recipes that we may want to have onto the menu. So students get to sample the recipe, they get to vote whether they like it, love it, or just tried it, and if it's wildly popular, it gets on the menu. Another fun aspect to this is that we create family-size recipes, and they're posted on our websites that families have actually responded very positively with. This past year also we had our administrative review from the Department of Education. This happens every 3 years. It's a pretty intensive process where they come in and spend several days and kind of go through the whole program with a fine-tooth comb, analyzing our nutritionals, making sure we're in compliance at service at the line, observing in the cafeteria, in the kitchen, also looking through all of our procurement background. And we did really well this year. One thing that caught me by surprise that I was not aware of in the administrative review is that just this past July, they started a new assessment called the Menu Strategy Matrix. And we were one of the first districts to be assessed on these 3 or 6 strategies. Out of the 6 strategies, we achieved actually advanced for 4 of them and enhanced on 2 of them. And they're right around what our mission already was of knowing our students and allowing our students to have voice and choice in options. We scored enhanced on minimally processed. So we combine heat and serve items with some complex scratch elements. And we're continuing to work on those. Enhanced on fruits and vegetable options. The reviewer said we had an excellent variety of fresh choices every day. The way to elevate that into an advance is to have salad bars available every day. We lean into local, we market our sources to students, we offer plant-based proteins at every meal, we customize them to mirror main meal options, and we offer meal modifications for medical and religious needs and that mirror main meal options when possible. So we're very proud to have scored as well as we did on that. A lot of conversation is around the new dietary guidelines and how they're going to affect the National School Lunch Program and the School Breakfast Program. At this point in time with the 2025 to 2030 dietary guidelines, there's little overlap. Right now, we're being notified of flexibility for milk choices, that being that we can add whole milk to our already low-fat or fat-free. And also the ability to boost a geographic preference and procurement when we're reaching out to vendors. So being able to define local or where we want something to come from, that wasn't really an option in the past. But prior to the dietary guidelines coming out, there were new implementation standards around added sugar and sodium. So this past school year was the first year that we actually had a product-based limitation, and that was for added sugar in milk, cereal, and yogurt. And then not this upcoming year, but the following year after that, it'll be an overall no more than 10% of weekly calories can come from added sugar, and a reduction of 15% in sodium in the school lunch program. And based on our administrative review, we're on target to meet those standards. Part of the student choice and voice is that we work with students often. We've met with the high school student group several times over the past couple of years. We've worked on different initiatives regarding waste and meal options and even composting. And then in the fall, we worked with them on this student body survey. And so we were pretty excited that they were willing to put this out, because when we have surveyed students, we get minimal response. And we had a really nice response. So that was pretty exciting. And the feedback is really that the kids like what they call the OGs. They want the original chickens and chicken patties and the old pizzas and things like that. But they are loving the new options. One of the negative responses was the perceived quantities being served as being insufficient. I take that full-heartedly, and so I tried to observe quite a bit as to what that might be. So I watched at the line, I took survey, and actually in the few weeks that I did observe the students coming through the line at the high school, almost 30% were not taking a full reimbursable meal, meaning they didn't have enough on their tray by the time they got to the register to qualify. So I think we can do better at expressing to the students how much they're actually able to take in quantities. And so we are working on promotions with that, and lucky to have students that are willing to work with us on that. Not going over here. Here we are. So some of our community partnership highlights: we work closely with Grow Food Northampton for farm field trips for elementary schools that have been funded through our grant funding over the years, as well as School Sprouts, which does the educational garden programming in our elementary schools. So with School Sprouts, we've created the Fresh Kids programming, which I mentioned earlier, the in-class cooking programs that kind of connect those seasons. But we're pretty excited to start working with the Humane World for Animals to expand our plant-forward menu options. We made a goal of 30% by 2030. We're currently at 20%. And just in this past spring, we've already been taste testing with our middle school and high school students different vegan and vegetarian options. We did a tempeh BLT, a vegan cheese sauce for nachos and macaroni and cheese, a non-dairy ranch. Ranch is very popular, and no honey mustard as well. So we're looking forward to doing more work in professional development with this organization next year. And as you may or may not know, the Healy Driscoll administration announced that we actually have the Terrific Tray of the Year for the entire state. This just was announced last Thursday. The Terrific Tray competition is run through Mass Farm to School and the Department of Education, and is also supported through the Henry Kendall Foundation. And our tray, which it's fairly simple. This is an elementary school tray that would feature our field pea fritter, which is made at the Commonwealth Kitchen in Massachusetts. Local Hadley carrots from Joe Zykowski, local apples, house-made hummus that we make in-house, and a house-made tzatziki sauce, little leaf lettuce, which is what we use when we supplement from our hydroponic towers. So we're very, very proud of this. So I think it's in continuing with the vision of supporting access beyond the school day, it's important to talk about our weekend nutrition program because it is impactful for our Northampton students, even though it isn't specifically part of the Fresh Hampton program. In case you did not know, the weekend nutrition for Northampton students, we refer to it as WINS, started 3 years ago with ARPA funding, and it provides 2 breakfasts, 2 lunches, and 2 snacks to enrolled elementary students every weekend during the school year. Unfortunately, it's at jeopardy for not continuing in the fall due to funding and fundraiser issues. So I just want to put that on the radar because it does impact the students and the community in nutrition. Additionally, we have a summer meal program we're about to kick off. We have the summer meal program since 2019, and we have 4 sites in the city that is available to all kids. No ID, no registration, don't need to be a resident or a student in Northampton, and that's June 29th through August 13th. We're actually going to be able to offer free meals to adults this year as well through some grant funding. And to wrap up, this is just some clips of things we've done this past year and our media. We also did a podcast called The Fabulous 413 in the fall, and that was a lot of fun just to highlight Mass Farm to School Month. The trays you see here, like I said, they're all trays that are offered to students and meals in our schools. These are specific trays that we actually launched this year. In the top right corner is a pad thai and pot stickers. But it's a pad thai sauce that we're making with sun butter to keep it allergen friendly. And the other Build-A-Grain bowl is widely popular. If you're familiar with kava, it's very similar to that. And so they have an option of brown rice or quinoa or crispy tofu or chicken. And then they get a variety of vegetables to top with and all these house-made sauces as well. We have a noodle bowl. It's kind of a ramen type thing. And in the bottom left corner is a tikka masala sauce. And that is made actually at the Commonwealth Kitchen also. And starting next year, we'll be procuring that with 25% local tomatoes. And it's offered with chickpeas or chicken to kind of keep it friendly for everybody. And so that's it. I tried to keep it quick. I know your time is very valuable. I implore you to check out our website. Our food service clerk, Debbie, does a wonderful job of highlighting all the things that we've been doing and with all of these photos and our beautiful grow towers. So I'll leave it at that for questions.
Great. Thank you so much, Ms. Dell, for that presentation. Bobby, is there something you wanted to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to give a big thank you to Ms. Dell and her team. They do a wonderful job in what they do. They work tirelessly. And Ms. Dell does so much more than what the students and staff see. She has to work with DESE. She works with audits and also, with grants and their demands. So I just want to give her a big shout out. She does an awesome job.
Well, thank you, Bobby.
Thanks, Bobby. Okay, Member Mahoney.
I also wanted to say thank you very much. I was so excited to see the Terrific Tray Award come through from DESE. And as the parent of someone who often prefers the same thing for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, I've been pleasantly surprised when she'll choose something like the Build-A-Grain or the chicken masala. So thank you.
Thank you. That's great news.
Thanks. Member Sainer Sullivan.
Hi, thank you for that. We've come a long way since I went through these public schools. I just am glad to see that it's on your radar that, we've heard reports from the student representatives here from the high school that they're not getting, they're not full after some meals. That's one of their big concerns. There are things they like and don't like, but that concern that they're not actually getting enough. And from what I hear from you, it's that they're not taking advantage of what they could be eating. So, just glad to hear that you're on top of that and look at ways to educate them about they can take more,
Yeah. Well, thank you. And that is the goal.
Yeah. Thanks.
Okay, Member Montgomery Tomoko?
You mentioned that the weekend nutrition program might be off the table because of funding. Do you have a number for how much that would cost to run for the school year next year?
Yes, well, not for the school year. It is a big number because it has grown significantly. When looking at the numbers, we're actually, for impact, when we started, we were reaching about 40% of our vulnerable population, and as of this school year, we're reaching 98% of our vulnerable population. So showing that the need is really there and the families are reaching out for the support. That being said, it's $10 per child per weekend that we're figuring out nutritious snacks, breakfast and lunch for each child. And so that is a significant number. We're looking, I'm on the committee for that. So when I say we, I'm not speaking on behalf of the Freshhampton department and by any means. It's just a very passionate, the nutritional stance of all of our students and community is important to me. So when I say we're looking to raise around $75,000 to start up in the fall. And that would be a standing point to get about 3 months. The committee has recently made the program into a nonprofit, so it is standing alone right now. And so we have the ability to go for fundraising efforts where that wasn't a possibility 6 months ago when we were funded through ARPA. Did that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
Member Weisenfeld?
Yeah, first of all, thank you for your presentation. I really enjoyed it, and it's nice to see the dishes that the students have talked about is really enjoying, live, especially the chickpea dish. And why am I twice? That's very bizarre. Okay. I wanted to ask you regarding, we're hearing from students over and over and over again that they don't have, their portion sizes are too small. Do you not, what is your thinking about that?
So we thought around that. We are within compliance of the nutritional regulations. So we're monitored for calories, sodium, fat, all the way down to the color of which vegetable we're serving on which day. My thought around that is because, those main meal items, those chicken patties or the hamburger or that slice of pizza, that's going to be higher in calories and fat and sodium. And so they're feeling that because they're not able to get 2 of those items, which is where we have to limit for those nutritional impacts, that they're feeling that they're not getting enough. But they can maximize the fruits and vegetables available to them in the line, and they're not doing that. And that's actually a requirement, is that they have a fruit or vegetable when they go through the line for us to claim it as a reimbursable meal. And like I said, almost 30% aren't even doing that. Did that answer your question?
Well, yes and no, right? I mean, I understand your answer is based in the requirements and in what people think is best for kids, right? And yet we're hearing from growing kids, that they're hungry. And so to me, something isn't quite working or aligning.
Yeah, I agree. And I think what isn't working and aligning is the communication of what they can actually take. That's my personal opinion. And that is the goal, is to work with the same high school student group. They've actually have already given me pointers on how to advertise that per se and where we should be kind of communicating that, and trying to also, promote more fruits and vegetables in the students' trays, having that more fiber. That's definitely going to fill them up.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments from Estelle? Okay. Yes, Dr. Bonner.
Estelle, I just want to say thank you again for your time in this presentation. And again, congratulations on your most recent out of many awards that you received this year. Congratulations to you.
Well, thank you so much. And thank you to everybody for your time and all that you do as well.
Thank you, Ms. Estelle. We appreciate it.
Have a good night.
Good night. Okay, next we have Climate Action and Project Administration Director Ben Weil, who's here to talk about the long-term heat mitigation plan. And there you are. Hi, Director Weil.
Hi, so I'd like to try and share my screen. Let's hope this works. Because of course I have a presentation. Okay, thank you for having me. I've got a short amount of time and a lot to get to. So I want to start with a while ago in 2022, the city paid for a consultant's report on what it would take to get schools to net zero. Inherently, with any of these net zero plans, there's going to be cooling. So this is the rough timeline that report supplied for the 3 elementary schools that were studied with that report. So obviously that starts before I ever got here, so that's not where we are now. So where we actually are now is we accelerated some stuff. So we have cooling in half, roughly, of Leeds, and we replaced the boiler, so we're basically on schedule with that. And again, the plan would be to do the other half. At Jackson Street, obviously, they anticipated that to start even earlier, and with the 1950s wing, we are this summer installing cooling and heating also at the 1970s wing with a hope to install this, to do the other half of the school the following year. Remember, we only have summers to work in. So that's kind of how we have to plan these things. Bridge Street, it is plausible to get some sort of cooling, probably a VRF and ERV system into the 1950s wing. But as you will see, their report says, oh, actually take 2 years to plan and do it way out into the future. And also there's a whole lot of envelope stuff and we're not even sure what it's going to do, but it's going to take a long time. I would say this is the big thing we really need to think about is these are hard decisions that actually have to be made. So of course they didn't study JFK and Ryan. I have. And as I see it, partly because of the only plausible way that I can think of funding these things is to use an energy management plan and a long-term financing approach to try and get Ryan and JFK to where the goals are. So what are we currently doing? Well, currently, most of these schools don't have any classroom cooling except for some portables and not that many of those. So we do economizer cooling, which works great until it doesn't, because it requires outdoor temperatures that are low enough and critically dew points that are low enough. We also do night purge cooling. Now for the big buildings, JFK and the high school, we can automate this. So this is actually, the system looks at the weather and makes a decision and then is able to operate it. We need nighttime temperatures that are low enough to actually cool the building. And critically, we need to make sure that humidity is not so high, even with those lower nighttime temperatures, that we start to accumulate moisture in the building. During the COVID period, when people were doing a lot of excessive ventilation, there were billions of dollars worth of mold remediation necessitated by essentially ventilating when the air was too moist. The other thing that's critical, and this will become important, is that this doesn't work unless the building itself has high thermal mass. So that means made out of dense material like concrete and bricks and so forth. And we have that in some of the buildings, but not all of the buildings, and some of the portions of buildings are better at that than others. So it works great until it doesn't. Again, a little bit of background. Cooling your house is really different from cooling a classroom. A classroom is driven by the people in it, right? You're throwing 25, rough number, right? A teacher, a para, and a bunch of kids. Each one puts out a bit more than 100 watts. So just imagine every single one of those kids is an old-fashioned light bulb, the 100-watt light bulb, right? Heating up that classroom. In addition, they all need fresh air. And when it's hot and humid outside, you're just bringing fresh air in. So you can see that even the maximum available portable cannot actually even keep up with the demand created just by essentially the people and their need to breathe, right? Everything else, all this heat that we have today, is added. That's on top. And the reason that portable is, that maximum is at 18 kBTUs per hour, the reason for that has to do with what you can actually plug into a normal outlet and have on a circuit. So these are limitations we're facing. This is reality. Okay, most of the classrooms have a unit ventilator. That's how we provide fresh air and heating, right? But most of them, except for the high school where chilled water can circulate, we don't get any cooling out of it, but we are mixing outside air automatically, and that's what we're working with. So when we think about upgrading and changing things around, this is going to be a problem we have to deal with. If we replace that ventilation that the unit ventilator is doing, just the fresh air portion, with an enthalpy recovery ventilator, we reduce the amount of moisture and so humidity and sensible heat into the classroom, such that we are now below the size of a maximum portable air conditioner. I'm not recommending portable ACs, but I'm just saying we've now gotten that size down. So the ERV is the critical component that allows us to take the essential needs of the humans in the room and make it manageable. So here's what we did at Leeds Elementary School, and I want to focus on two things about this. So we have half the school has air conditioning because they have heat pumps. The opportunity was there because the steam boiler was dead, and these were the steam heated portions of the school, and so we could rip out those old steam unit ventilators and put in the spot in the room the ERVs, and I know because I installed them personally. And that is part of why the cost is lower. The other reason the cost is lower is look at this beautiful cabinetry that is hiding those ERVs. That was done by the school carpenter, so it's the cost of materials, and the labor was free, which is to say stolen from other projects, right, that he could have been doing. So this is a very, very tight budget. The original estimate for this project done, I think like 2019, 2020, maybe it's a little bit later, but the city paid an engineering firm a boatload of money to make an estimate, and their estimate was, without replacing the boilers, mind you, was going to be almost $2.5 million. We got a grant that covered more than half of it, and then the utility incentive covering a little bit more, so that the total cost was around $900,000. I would say that is and that does include the boiler replacement. That's probably a good estimate for the minimum cost you're going to face at one of these elementary schools to provide cooling for half an elementary school. Okay? And so understand, this is very, very tight. This is with a lot of free labor. I mean, literally, some of us there late at night just working to get it done. And remember, we have this time frame limitation. I want to set that stage. So here's where we are with Leeds. We've done the part in brown, and we need to do the part in yellow. Jackson Street has some cooling already, right? So in the cafetorium and the library, we have some cooling. We need to do some things to enable it to actually work in the library, mainly get the ventilation under control. This summer, we are doing VRF, and if everything goes right in terms of manufacturer delivery times, we'll be also delivering the ERV, again, to that 1970s wing in orange. Then, assuming we get some sort of funding, right, so this is the part where it's uncertain, we can do the 1950s section with to heat and cool and provide essentially exactly what we did to the steam heated portion of Leeds. We'd be replicating that, but without the cabinetry, because we actually have a place to hide the ERVs up above. And then there's a little bit of extra stuff to do, but that's more on the heating side. The key element here, the reason that the Jackson Street School project could be pulled off, essentially in this case with no grants, just rolling forward some of our incentives, was that it is unlike the other portions of most of these schools, doesn't have unit ventilators. It has a central ducted system, so we are able to replace the whole unit air handling unit with a single ERV, and that brings the cost down and it allows us to do those two essential things: provide cooling and heating and manage the ventilation load. Bridge Street is a different story. So based on the consultant's report, based on the elements that I've looked at, probably to make everything work, to find ways to fit components and to pay for components for ERVs at Bridge Street, the older portion, the 1950 and 1915 and 53 sections, probably we're looking at about $3 million. That's with some interior renovation that obviously becomes problematic when you're trying to get it all done in a summer. The 1991 section is more problematic. And so depending on what is chosen, right, somebody at some point is going to have to be making a difficult decision about how to go forward. This could be at the low end about $15 million, and at the high end you're actually saying let's build something good and new, and that could be at much higher rate. So why is that 1990s edition so problematic? It's because unlike the older construction, which is actually pretty good and also performs well educationally, the 1990s edition is kind of failed daylighting strategy, and it uses steel stud construction. And that is highly, highly conductive. So even though they threw R19 insulation into the walls, the effective insulation level is probably, in the R5 area, which is not great. So that's why it's very difficult to repair that, to improve the performance of this. And this is one of these low, very, very low mass buildings where night purge cooling just does not work. JFK Middle School has some strengths and opportunities. It is a big project. We've replaced the functions of the failed rooftop unit that served the library, which already had cooling, but that failed. We did that using in-house labor. You can't do that for the entire school. There's no way this one guy can do all that. And so that's a temporary solution. There are some really good potential solutions. Likely, we're going to have to find a way to contract it with someone who can do it in a staged manner, financed over a long period of time. The upside is that this is already a school that has overheating even in the winter. And that means that we've got a heat source, which is to say we can actually move the heat from where we don't want it to where we do want it, and we can potentially use the existing hydronic piping to be the carrier for that. So my plan for JFK and for Ryan Road is to try to find a single contractor who will design a system, finance a system, and execute the system. And by combining the two of them, there's a potential that they can help. You can take the longer payback periods and the shorter payback period items and bring them together to make a single project that is cost neutral over, say, 20 years. So Ryan has a bunch of good things. There's a good roof. We can potentially use the hydronic system in a variety of different ways. We've got a lot of space in the suspended ceiling to put ducts if we need to. The curtain walls are very old and very poor quality. You could say that's an opportunity if we can find a way to pay for it, because you can see, just like at Leeds, where the windows were a big part of the envelope, here these windows are a pretty decent chunk of the envelope, and so by changing them from an R2 piece of equipment to R7, you dramatically change or 10 even, you dramatically change the thermal dynamics of the building. So the idea would be that if we can get one company to create that project, that is the only way that I can imagine to finance and get this done rapidly. And, so like these elementary school things where we're depending on grants and we're doing it, $600,000, $500,000 at a time, that there's only so fast you can go. And for JFK, that's just never going to get you where to go. So here's kind of the plan with dates. So anything in black we've already done. The stuff in green, we actually have money for, so we are about to do it. Everything in blue, well, that's cooling, is stuff that I do not yet know how to pay for it. My plan is to apply for a climate leaders grant, assuming we are approved as a climate leader, that would help pay for some portion, possibly even a large portion of all three of these remaining elementary school, minus Ryan, projects. Again, I'm hoping to kind of just take a different procurement path entirely for Ryan and JFK. So that's where we stand. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thanks, Ben. Member Montgomery Tomoko.
Hi, thank you. I actually have a list of questions, so bear with me.
Okay.
So, what's the numbers for JFK and Ryan Road combination? Because I noticed that we have numbers for Bridge Street, and those are 15 million to 100 million, but we don't have any numbers for them, and I would like to be able to compare them.
Yeah, no, we don't have the numbers because we don't even know exactly what system. So the way, again, this procurement path that I would want to take, what I would do is instead of saying, here's an estimate and here's how we raise money for it, I would go to the energy services company that gets the contract. And I would say, your charge is to provide me a solution that you finance and that we pay out of the energy savings so that it is cost neutral over some period of time, over the period of the time of the contract. So that leaves it up to them to figure out what it's going to cost. But in essence, it has to cost whatever the contract period, and the contract period can't be more than 20 years. It has to cost that with savings and with whatever interest they would require to finance it. And I will say I brought it to one company informally, right? And they were not able to provide something that came close to meeting our climate goals. And not without going well above cost neutral, right? So this would be essentially requiring the city to pull stuff in. But if I were to make a guess, and this would be just purely a guess, I would say that to convert JFK to having some form of heat pumps with the RVs, again, after tax rebates, so I'm going to assume that this is a geothermal connected system, is probably on the order of $20 million, possibly a little bit less after incentives, because again, you connect everything and you get 40% back. But so let's say somewhere on the order of $15 to $20 million.
Okay. All right. And what is the difference between Bridge Street's 1990s edition and the other two elementary schools? Because they all had additions in the 90s. So what was, I'm assuming different contract, like what were the different decisions made that make that wing so difficult?
Yeah, so that wing is kind of buried. It's got daylighting straight. So it's two things. So one is, in terms of like purely, could we just decide we want to pay a heck of a lot for on our electricity bills every year? We just want to do that. you can get a powerful enough, I mean, we might have trouble getting enough power there, but you can get a powerful enough air conditioning system there that it could provide air conditioning. And you could do it at some sort of price that was reasonable. You would be increasing your energy use and pretty dramatically increasing your energy cost, or the amount that you spent on energy every year. And the reason for that is the steel construction, the kind of failed daylighting solutions, are part of that. But the fundamental thing is it's very low mass and essentially uninsulated. So the cost then is in adding insulation, and unlike the solutions with the other buildings where we could insulate from the inside, or we can use the mass to kind of get us through, kind of like the thermal mass kind of has it's a delay function rather than an insulating function, but it delays that heat gain and delays the heat loss. So the critical thing is that steel construction. So what makes it expensive is you'd have to take all the cladding off the outside, add insulation to the outside, and then reclad it. And my question for somebody is, do you love those classrooms so much that you want to spend that much money getting actually no change, no kind of improvement, no modernization, just kind of doing stuff? As opposed to, if you're going to spend that kind of money, is it possible to redesign and rethink? And, in the end, that's a much bigger question than just cooling, but it should be at least asked.
No, I agree.
The other ones, let me just to connect why the other ones. So the 1991 edition, basically same year at Leeds, actually was a high mass building with insulation on the outside. So essentially what you would want, that's kind of what they did. Do I wish they had put more insulation in it? Yeah, but it's there and it's functional. So it's more like an R15. So it's pretty good. And then it also has a lot of space where it's easy for me to add alternative ventilation and make use of the hydronic system where it is. At Jackson Street, the 1950s wing is actually pretty good thermally. We're just kind of phasing it based on, well, honestly, the 1970s one is the hottest, and so we wanted to get cooling in there first, and the opportunities presented by the already ducted current system.
Okay. And is solar part of that cost when you're doing these upgrades to any of the buildings?
No, except, so we have, like, JFK already is in the process of getting re-roofed. And Ryan is getting solar, so that's going to help pay for, since it's all one district, it's going to help pay for electricity, bring the cost of that down. At JFK, it is conceivable that the company that I hope to find will say, if we combine solar, if we add solar into the mix, the payback period gets better, and therefore we can essentially use solar to finance some of the more expensive mechanical systems. And so if they can put it all together in one thing, and again, they're financing it, and then all we have to make sure is that it's cost neutral for the city.
And last question, would solar be feasible at Bridge Street?
So there is a little solar at Bridge Street. I think that it also will need, you would want to put a new roof before you put solar on as well, at least on the slope, the other portions. So again, the 1990 wing could handle it, or whatever else you did with it could also handle it. And Jackson, it also desperately needs a new roof. We're putting a parking array over the parking lot there, and again, that one's essentially financed the same way I described with the potential at Ryan and JFK. In this case, it's called the power purchase agreement, but basically somebody else owns the system that's on our parking lot, and we pay them for the electricity at a lower rate. And so it's essentially, it's a net gain for us over time.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, I'm just doing a little bit of a time check, everyone, because we've got a lot of other stuff we have to get through. But Member Senior Sullivan.
I just want to say thank you. This is really challenging stuff, especially with the weather right now. And I know the answer to this. I just want to hear what you have to say about this is happening in all of the northern states right now. And I just would love to hear what you have to say briefly about that.
Well, it's very hard for me not to respond personally because I have been thinking about and trying to work on the subject of climate change since 1994. And we've known this is coming for 40 some years. And basically we mostly did nothing. And, you know, and now we've got an emergency that of course is here, and it's just, there's no way to do it as fast as we wish we could do it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Member Reese.
Thank you so much for all of your incredible work on this. I really appreciate hearing all of it. So I think one option that you threw out there as a possibility for a bridge, however, sort of out there, is that we could, despite the steel stud construction and the uninsulated exterior, we could blast it with AC, but it would cost a fortune. And then are you also saying that it could generate mold because of that construction?
If we did nothing with the construction, yes.
But we could get it cool fast, but it would be a fortune and create mold.
Yes, but of course, so if we combined so the insulation on the exterior is what helps us prevent mold. And remember, we're not only operating in the summer, we're also operating in the winter, and some of that mold accumulation would actually be in the winter when you have cold studs providing cold areas to condense moisture onto.
Right. And the most expensive part of that is the exterior recladding, insulating, and recladding.
Yeah, it is.
Thank you.
Okay, Member Weisenfried.
Thank you, Director Weil. I just very quickly, I wanted to thank you for your presentation, and I wanted to ask you about one comment you made regarding Bridge Street School. I think it was regarding Bridge Street that you said we have to think about how much we love the classrooms and we may need to redesign and rethink, and that's a conversation bigger than cooling. What did you mean by that?
Oh, so my understanding, I'm not an expert in pedagogy, but my understanding from those who are and who study particularly educational buildings is that 1991 wing has classrooms that are dark, not well lit, kind of from what someone called the cells and bells era of classroom construction. And what we really want in classrooms is a place that's large and well and with daylight, and that can be reconfigured in an easy way for teachers to kind of change how they configure those classrooms. And the older section of Bridge Street has that, and the newer section doesn't. So then again, this is not for me to decide, but my thinking is, if you're going to put a lot of money into a school building, it would be nice to get something better, not just something that wasn't great but now has some cooling.
Yes, thank you. I mean, again, a little vague, and I guess I'm asking because I think there's a lot of anxiety in the community about Bridge Street. It's our beloved community school, and so I'm. Are you saying something more? Are you suggesting that?
I will say that I participated in Dr. Bonner's planning group, but providing them information, and the subject of declining enrollments, the subject of the need for different kinds of classrooms, so like pull-asides like we have a different student population than the 1991 type of population was, and so there are different needs. All of those things were brought up. And there are lots and lots of ways to skin this particular cat. And when you're going to put a lot of money, at some point you have to try and think about, what do you really, really want, and what's worth it to you? What are you getting for that money? And again, that's not, right now I'm just trying to provide cooling and get these buildings to decarbonized on a schedule that's not ridiculous. But what the school buildings actually do, which is education, is way more important. Right? And that requires thinking about, how do they do their job?
And thank you for that. And just for the record, I do think Bridge Street has some of the highest enrollment in the city. But thank you, Director Weil.
Member Bartoli.
Thanks, Director Weil. So I actually have two comments. And the first one is actually going to lead to a motion, and then the second one is going to be a different conversation that might lead to a motion. So I want to thank you for your time, but this question isn't directed exactly towards you. What I am hearing, though, is that we don't have a clear long-term plan for all of our buildings. And the reality is that right now, our students, our educators, many of our administrators are really struggling with the heat. And so what I would like to do is think about how we can support them in this moment. And so I'd like to make a motion to refer to rules and policy, the creation of an extreme heat policy, because I don't believe the district has one that can be created to address what happens when the heat is extreme, both outside the buildings and inside the buildings. So that's the motion that I'm going to make. And before going on to a second to that motion, I think the question I do have for you is, do we have data across the board as to what the classroom temperatures are like inside all these different buildings? Because I'm hearing reports of 95 degrees at Bridge Street. I understand that we're getting the ACs, the portable ACs, and that's bringing the heat down, but not to levels that really are supportive of a learning and or working environment. So that is my question, and the motion comes with it.
Wait, but Director Rao, before you answer, is there a second to that? Let's get that settled.
Second.
Okay, go ahead, Director Weil.
So yes, we do have data, not for every space, not. Some of our buildings don't have a whole lot of sensors out in them, that we don't have lots of controls. Some of them have more. So we know that the high school is mostly doing just fine, I would say. So we have red lights, red coming up when it gets to 77 degrees, which is a temperature that people at JFK wish they could hit, right? Okay. We have a lot fewer sensors elsewhere. At JFK, we have some upstairs classrooms that are in the 90s, or that do get into the 90s. We don't have as many sensors, say in Bridge Street and leads in the 1990s section. The thermostats are pneumatic, which is to say they're not sharing data with anything. They're these old mechanical things, but I have teachers reading them, and they're getting pretty warm. So yes, we do have temperatures that get above 90 degrees. On occasion.
And we also have data that we could use in the formation of a policy and say when the temperature gets above a certain level, that would inform whether or not that policy might be executed, right?
I think all of these would always have to be an estimate, right? Because we don't have classroom by classroom data, you might want to have an outdoor temperature and humidity.
Fair enough, okay.
You just want to emphasize humidity.
Okay, thank you. I feel like I'm also going into a discussion that's beyond the scope of where we need to go today, but thank you.
Okay.
And I do have another comment after we go through this discussion and vote.
Well, I mean, the motion is just kind of on the table, but I was going to let people continue to.
So then I guess my second question, and this is a question for Dr. Bonner. I was doing some research around DC guidelines around heat and missed time, and I came across a recommendation that was issued in 2011 that after June 1st, time that is missed because of extreme weather doesn't need to be made up. So I'm wondering again, whether or not, based on that guidance, are we in a position to cancel school when it gets too hot for our kids?
Yeah, so I need to see that guidance because, it was reiterated to us, especially when we had our inclement weather during the winter, in terms of our instructional hours and meeting those hours. And right now at the elementary level, we are just at 900. And, to be thoughtful about as you plan your calendars and you're thinking long-term for next year or so on, is that, we had an opportunity where we could have had a half day at the end of the year. And, I shared that with the union, but they wanted it way in March. And now we're at the crisis point where they want half days or they want that relief. And I know that, the concern is that it's too much for the kids. Well, we have had systems put in place, which now you want to have a policy, but systems put in place for moving kids into cooling centers as needed and so on. So and then we have air conditioning units wherever we can. We have fans. And so I got to tell you, my first year here, the heat index was 100 and we were in school. We were in classes. We're not nearly at 100 yet, thank God. But we only have a few more days left of school. And if you look at the number of half days we have during the school year, we're 15 or 16? We are just in terms of the instructional minutes. So I would like to see that in writing because I know what I was told by our commissioner with the number of instructional minutes. And I know that that is important. And our district is being monitored for, I can't read that right now. But
I emailed it to you.
Our district is being monitored in terms of time on instruction. I mean, we had our issue with our high school earlier this year. So I am being very cautious in terms of what we do with our children and our time. There are things that are planned for tomorrow. We have stepping up programs that would have to be rescheduled. There are things planned. So, I would just be mindful that you rethink that. I know that there is some uncomfortability, but then again, if they're at home, are they going to be under the air conditioning? Well, is every child going to be in that situation? Are they going to be so think about the resources, the other resources that which schools provide that they may miss out. And also think about the child care provisions as well.
No, I hear you.
Just those considerations.
I hear you, and that's why I'm bringing it to this body for conversation, because I think there are a lot of things to consider. I did just send the guidance to Cassie and to you. So perhaps, Cassie, you could distribute that to the committee, and this may be a conversation for another time, but I think it is important.
Okay, Member Jewell.
Ben, thanks for your presentation. The way you present things works really well with my brain, and I appreciate your knowledge of all of the schools. I just have a quick question around the electric grid. Will these changes, adding mini splits, does that mean we have to also change the electric grid or whatever it is in our schools, or is that going to be okay?
So this is a great question, because the answer is if we do it in a smart way, we don't. So I'll give you the example of Leeds again, because it's one where we executed a project. We were able to take out a 10 horsepower fan motor and another 5 horsepowers of exhaust fans, because we had an ERV that operated at 1 horsepower. So we reduced our power demand by intelligently providing ventilation. That gave us plenty of headroom to cover the additional electrical load from the heat pumps, and again, they're highly efficient heat pumps. If we were to put in those same heat pumps but keep the same ventilation systems that were already in place, one, we'd have to have bigger heat pumps because they're now having to manage the ventilation load. And two, we'd still have, 15 tons, horsepowers running at full load. this is not power demand, this is electricity use over a year. At Leeds, we cut our gas use by more than half this past year, and we did not increase the electricity use at all, which was actually a surprise to me. I thought we would increase it. But we actually were so efficient because we removed all these big loads. So again, if we do things cleverly, we can actually stay within the electrical service that the school already has.
Ben, just clarification, because I think that the member Reese was really asking about the increase of, and you can correct me, in terms of the increase of adding individual air conditioning units.
It was member.
I'm sorry,
Member.
I know. I'm sorry. It's
okay. It's late.
It's not. It is late. But I just wanted to clarify that there, working with central services, we had to have specification in terms of the electrical outlet and the electrical, the load in which we could bear. So there was a
That's loads on the circuit.
Right.
Right. So that's circuit by circuit. If you're doing a proper project, right, you're running power to your to your condensing units, whatever, to all your stuff on a circuit that you have defined. That's you're pulling it, you're adding a new circuit, and what your limitation is not the individual circuit, which you can build, but your electrical service to the school. But yes, for plugging in individual portables into every classroom, now you have to figure out, are we going to overload the particular circuit that those classrooms are on? Yeah.
Right. Thank you. And I also just kind of what I heard you say earlier a little bit in my interpretation is if we could reduce class size numbers, we would reduce the amount of heat in classrooms too. So that's just something to kind of keep as we're looking at class size numbers in the future and everything. The less bodies in the room, the cooler our rooms could be during these heat. Just putting that out there.
The physics do not disagree with you.
Member Reese.
Thanks. So I think it makes a lot of sense to refer policy creation to rules and policy. I think there's a lot of districts that are looking into this, including Holyoke, which has been praised for the way that they've begun to create their policy. And so I just wanted to say, I think we have to very unfortunately muddle through the next 7 days with all of what we have, the best that we can do, and then really look at the short long term and then the long term, and how we want to handle the policies and all of this from a very pragmatic way to what we're going to do at certain temperatures and things like that. So that's
Thank you. Okay, anyone who hasn't spoken who'd like to speak? If we're going to do a second round, let's be very, very brief because we have a lot of things that we have to get to. So, Member Montgomery Tomoko.
The two things, I know we have an open motion on the floor, but it's almost 9:30, so.
We need to vote to
Do we need to make a motion to extend?
We do.
Can we,
Yes.
can we do that with your motion on the floor?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so that's what I'm going to do.
Okay, go for it.
So I'm going to make a motion to extend for 45 minutes till 10:15.
Second.
Motion's made by Member Montgomery Tomoko, seconded by Member Weinsfried. Any discussion? So we're suspending rules to 10:15.
Yes.
Roll call, please.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Bartoli.
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund.
Yes.
Member Montgomery Tomoko.
Yes.
Member Martin.
Yes.
Member Mahoney.
Yes.
Member Reese.
yes.
Member Jewell.
Yep.
Member Sainer Sullivan.
Yes.
Great. Okay, Member Bartoli?
I was raising my hand in that motion.
Wait, I didn't realize there was
So my second one is actually for Dr. Bonner. You mentioned, so this is just for my clarification. So when we have half days, they count towards the 180-day requirement, but they don't count towards the 900-hour instructional time. Is that correct?
A portion of it.
So, yes.
So it does.
So we get half the time for a half day, okay. And we've talked briefly before about the short day. So if we half day when it's hot, that means that we're going to have to pick up that time somewhere else. So what if we have because if we're talking climate change and we have extreme winter, we have lots of snow days, and then we get toward the end of the year and we have lots of heat days, and we have a heat policy. I grew up somewhere with a heat policy, but we didn't have snow. So, so then we run into the issue of not having enough instructional time. And so my question for you is, what does that mean if the state dings us for not having our 900 hours, especially at the elementary level? Sorry.
So there are some concerns. Your kindergartner is fine because kindergarten, 400 hours is enough. But you don't want to have half days for one grade and not the others. And then so, I don't know what DESE would do to you all, considering I'm leaving. But I think that they would begin to monitor and watch some of the instructional components of that. And so, to be honest with you, one way to address this is that if you have an extreme heat day, then you would take that day off and make it up. Because you also have to consider that your teachers are contracted for a certain amount of days as well. So there's many factors that you have to consider. If you did a half day and then you do another half day after that, that was not within the contract, you're going to have to pay your teachers an extra day. So yeah, there's just multiple factors that you have to consider when you make that decision about whether you want to do a half day or if you want to do a full day off and make up. And we certainly don't want to make, trust me, I asked Andrea today, she's like, oh, no. We need to do this.
So 2 half days would count towards the contract as 2 days that the unions worked, but 1 day off is 1 day. Okay, got you. Thank you.
It's easier to make that up.
Okay. Quick question.
I'll be really quick. Dr. Bonner, so every year, this gets worse as far as winter and time off. I mean, not every year, but there's a pattern. And then the heat in the summer. Is there talk of that on the state level that, with schools that can't provide sufficient cooling, that there has to be some sort of way to mitigate it and relax the hours?
So that would be not an act of Congress, but a legislative act to change those hours. It's been on the books for many years, and it I don't want to say it does. It pigeonholes us in terms of how we can be a little bit more flexible with our instructional time and year. And so that could be something that if you're looking for advocacy at the state level, is to begin to make some considerations and to think about the fact that climate is changing, these fixed windows of time in which we have to have our instruction. We need a little bit more flexibility.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Seeing no further comment, is there, so any further discussion on the motion on the floor, which is to create an extreme weather policy? Seeing none, roll calls, please.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Go ahead.
May I?
Please.
So, Member Bartley, I appreciate the idea, and I guess I want to think a little bit about what is the point of a policy, right, versus revisiting the procedures. It seems to me that there are several factors that are really outside of the control of this body in terms of enforcing a policy, right? So, so what do you imagine a policy might say, for example? I'm really asking.
Above X temperature, school will end at 11:30. That's what I would imagine. But I don't know enough about it and haven't put enough thought into it, so I think it's worth a conversation.
Yeah, I mean,
by rules and policy.
I think this is where I would really prefer to work with administration to look at the procedures that exist, because I think a policy to say, I think a policy might say something like, if the temperature rises above 75 degrees, there must be adequate air conditioning, right? But there's no way we can enforce that. So I don't want to create a policy that's unenforceable. We don't have the money for that. We don't, right? We just heard a big report on it. I would prefer to first, before we try to make another policy, to work with the administration to see what are the procedures currently and what are all the laws, that we heard Dr. Bonner speak about, all the complexities of closing early and so forth. So I I'm not in favor of going straight to a policy, and I don't think a policy will fix things. I think the procedures are more important in this case.
So given that we can't really delve into procedures as a school committee, what would you suggest? I mean, what I would like us to do is have a conversation about how we can address extreme heat.
I mean, I think I would like to ask perhaps the next superintendent to give us a presentation on the procedures and to look at the procedures together. And then if there's a need for a policy to shore up those procedures, then I think we can think about it, but not go straight to a policy.
Okay.
Member Reese?
I guess I'm just wondering, but I don't believe we have procedures for dealing with extreme heat days, and that's part of the issue that potentially a policy could help address. Is that correct, Dr. Bonner?
I respectfully, I disagree with you. There was a letter that was sent out to families to remind them about that. And then at the beginning of the year, as always, we've put into the newsletter in terms of some suggestions for our caregivers in terms of how to dress children for those hot days, to bring the water bottles and so on. But then there's also in terms of the building principals and working with their staff, how they shift and alter days and going into cooling spaces, how they eliminate some time on recess or, so there are things that are internally done in each of the buildings that was in that letter. And then there was also an email that was sent directly to you in terms of what rooms and spaces that had the cooling spaces. Now, I do realize that there were a couple of spaces that the air conditioning unit needed repairs, and that is JFK is made whole. We are now working on Ryan Road, which we just heard that there was a space that went down yesterday or so. So there are procedures and protocols in place in which the building principals work with their staff to really to deal with this heat. So, if you're looking for something specific, like a schedule of how they're rotating out, though, that's the building level in which how they schedule and how they work with their staff in terms of those rotations.
Okay.
I just want to share with you, I'm a part of the regional area superintendents, and they have been texting all day, and not one of them is calling a half day tomorrow. Now, and when I say local, meaning like East Hampton, Amherst, South Hadley, Hatfield, and so on, and then Ware, and so maybe the larger districts like Springfield, they may be having half days, but the districts that are literally localized around us are they're in conversation now, and one is actually trying to make that decision. Amherst, I think, is thinking about that. But right now, we look at the larger picture. I think it's actually safer for our children to be with us in their routine, and there are things that we have put in place for that cooling. Say that.
Okay, quickly, Member Martin.
So I appreciate this is a complex problem and it's an increasing problem, and what kind of learning can happen when kids and teachers are completely overheated. But we're not going to solve that in the next couple days. I actually was also going to make that motion as well, but I do think that there is room. We all received that Holyoke policy. It was emailed to all of us, and I have looked at it, and I've looked at other ones that refer to it as kind of like the thing to do. And I think it just formalizes a lot of what you said and makes it super, super clear. So I would like to make a motion to amend your motion to, I need help with the wording, but to ask the new superintendent, more lines with what you were saying, Member Weisenfreund, to look at that Holyoke policy and come back to us with something similar to that is correct for our district before the beginning of the school year, when we're going to deal with extreme heat in late August and early September again.
I would just say that I would hope the superintendent would be involved in the conversation in rules and policy, and that could be a request. I don't think we need to amend the motion. I think you could request that part of that conversation, or we would give her the information that we've received, like that Holyoke policy, and ask her to review it.
I guess it's changing it from going to rules and policy to just being something that
you're not
the superintendent to do.
Oh, okay. Well, then that is different.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then I don't know if that's.
I mean, I'm willing to second that amendment. That sounds reasonable to me. But I do have a question for Dr. Bonner, which is, what I was envisioning is do we have a snow day policy? I'm envisioning something equivalent for heat. Is that based on procedures or is that based on policy? The decision making around snow
That
days.
decision making is really based upon the weather at the moment and the time, and actually collaborating with DPW, collaborating with our bus transportation.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of pieces that come into play before that decision is made. It's not just a random decision.
I understand that. Is there a specific policy that you look to when making that decision, or is it something that we have not actually formalized?
So if there is more than 3 inches of snow, that's a consideration. If there's ice, we don't go. I mean, so these are common sense things that an administrator would know to make those decisions. But if you want them codified in a piece of paper, it can be done.
I think it's helpful for the public to understand how we make our decisions.
And that decision making again was listed out in the newsletters
right
during those times and seasons. But if you begin to limit in terms of if there's 4 inches of snow, then there's no school. You shouldn't say that, because if the temperature is going to go up and it's a mixture, then you should still push through. So I mean, there's different.
I hear you.
There's different things that we look at before that decision is made. It's not just Dr. Bonner wants to give a snow day.
I understand that. I don't imagine that you work that way. But
can I make a suggestion that you retract your motion, because it's. Sure. I mean, it's, and then we don't need to vote twice.
Okay.
And then Member Martin, you can make the motion.
I retract my motion.
I move that we request the incoming superintendent to review the Holyoke procedure/policy document and make an adaptation of that is appropriate for Northampton, and bring it back to the school committee in August for our review.
Second.
Okay. Motion's made by Member Martin, seconded by Member Mahoney.
Mahoney?
I'm
Pardon
sorry.
me, Member Bartoli.
Just when I saw your mouth move, but I guess not. Okay, Member Jewell, is it to the motion that just happened?
Yes. And I also, I know we feel a time crunch, and I also don't want us to move with urgency and get messy and fumble through things. I think it's really important for us to be intentional when we have these conversations and around policies and procedures. So just quickly looking through our policies, we don't have policy BBA is around school committee powers and duties. We don't have a policy around weather. We do have lots of procedures. And I think it's, agreeing with Member Weisenfreund, really working on the procedures and fine tuning them and hashing them out. I'm not sure, policies take a long time. I mean, look at the cell phone policy. It's taken over a year for us to get anywhere where we might be ready to vote. And I feel the urgency around this, and I think fine-tuning those procedures with Superintendent Azarloza and the principals and the admin and the teachers who are working directly with the students are going to be where we make the biggest impact right away. We could definitely work on policies as it comes through, but that takes a lot of research too. What are the other schools in our area doing? What is DESE saying around policies? And the procedures can be kind of fine-tuned and changed much more quickly because this is an urgent matter, not so urgent that we need to vote on something without thinking about it, but really thinking about, rules and policies. We meet once a month, while superintendent and their admin staff can meet as frequently as they need to really work through these procedures. So that's where I stand, and I could tell you we're in voting, but I'm guessing you can guess that by now.
So just to note, policy is under the school committee purview, but procedure is not.
And can I clarify, like the motion is for a procedure, not for a policy. So it's to direct the superintendent, it's not to create a procedure ourselves, which we can do, correct?
I mean, we can say we would like her to look at it, but she's in charge of the procedures for the schools. Okay.
Very quickly. I want to say I agree with Member Jewell. I can't vote for this motion because it's about having her look at the policy of another district. Having run early childhood programs for decades, I know how complicated these things are around extreme weather, and there's so many moving parts. You have to make decisions in the moment. It may be that, on one part of, there's ice in the morning, but it's going to be cleared up in an hour and a half. There is no, I really think that this is something that we should trust our admin staff to develop. And then if it doesn't work and we hear complaints, then we can talk about how to make it better, in collaboration. But I'm not for this.
Okay. Before we vote, I just want to say again, thanks to Director Weil. Thanks so much for making that presentation and talking to us about it. The importance of cooling, and in particularly in terms of learning, is something that you have talked about, Director Weil, since I've known you, and it's something that we've been working on. So I'm glad that you got to talk to the school committee about it. Okay, so. Is it something quick to the motion?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've been hearing complaints for the past month about heat, and that's why I'm bringing this motion forward. And
that's okay. Yeah. So, Cassie, could you reiterate the motion?
Member Martin said motion to amend the motion to ask new superintendent to look at that Holyoke policy and come back with something for this year before the beginning of the school year.
Okay. But then it's not amending that motion because it's just.
So now it's just a motion.
It's just a motion. Okay. Everyone clear? Member
Reese had a question?
Member Reese put her hand back down, but Member Jewell's hand is up.
We're basically the same person. Just kidding. So I need some clarification. We are voting on, because I heard policy in there. So we're voting on policy or procedure? Can somebody just clarify that for me?
Said policy.
No,
she said procedure.
Procedure.
So asking Superintendent Azarloza to review the procedures and bring them back to the school committee?
To review the
Holyoke one.
Policy.
To review,
I think that's where you're getting caught up. To review the Holyoke policy.
Right.
Which, if you look at it, is not, I don't even know that they don't call it a policy.
It is labeled policy at the bottom of it.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Member Reese's hand is back up.
Sorry, I want to add that I support something like this because there is all this concern, and I really want it to sort of rise to the top so that we can address it quickly, and this seems like one way that we can do that.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Member Weisenfreund.
No.
Member Montgomery Tamako.
No.
Member Martin.
Yes.
Member Mahoney.
Yes.
Member Reese.
Yes.
Member Jewell.
I'm going to abstain. I'm so confused. Sorry.
Excuse me?
She's abstaining.
Member Sanders Sullivan.
No.
Member Mayor Shara.
Yes. Okay.
Member Bartoli.
Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry.
It passed.
Okay. We are coming up, so we have some time issues. So Bobby is not available for the meeting, the contingency meeting next Wednesday. So I'm going to quickly move up business administrator's report. Does anyone have any questions for Bobby? All right, Bobby. Oh, yeah, sorry.
I mean, this question may also, it also relates to the item where we're going to talk about voting to accept the city appropriations to NPS, but I guess I want to understand what our plan is to develop a line item budget, Bobby, and has the line item budget for level services, which you presented in early April, changed?
So,
No,
is any of this covered under your report, Bobby? Or would this be for I feel like this would be for the budget, which we will come back to. This is just her report and the things under her report.
Thank you.
Okay, any questions for Bobby on this report? Okay, thank you, Bobby. All right, so then we're going to move back up to C, which is vote to accept the city appropriation to Northampton Public Schools FY27 budget, $47,001,193, which includes the Smith College donation, Special Education Stabilization Fund, a 6.45% increase from FY26. Okay. Now, anything that you want to present on this, Dr. Bonner?
Do you want to make the motion first before I
Sure.
have a couple
So
of things
moved.
I want to say, and then Bobby probably will answer the question that
Okay.
Member Bison-Freud just posed.
I heard a motion from Member Bartoli. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Member Sanders-Sullivan. So go to Member Weisenfeld.
Yeah, she's asked a good question, so let her start there.
Yep.
So I just like some clarifications about, so these numbers include money from Smith and Special Education Stabilization Fund, yes?
Correct, yes.
But
the Medicaid portion of the
Medicaid
stabilization
portion,
fund.
okay. But why don't we reference the Chapter 70 money we're passing through? You know, why aren't we voting on the full level services operating budget of 52 million, et cetera, which includes all the other sources of revenue?
Well, the Chapter 70 revenue is a part of the city's revenue that they take into consideration when they provide the budget to us for the school.
Okay. And then I guess my second question is, has the line item budget for level services, which you presented in early April, changed? And when will when will the committee discuss and propose line item amendments to this budget?
It has not changed. The line item has not changed. And I would assume that that would be with conversations amongst the alt team and principals, and I don't know, I can't really answer when the school committee would be the one to answer, to tell us what line items they would be. I would think that would be up to the alt team, the principals, the assistant principals, and that sort of thing. But I could be wrong, but that's my thought.
I see. I thought it was the purview of the school committee to look at budget line items. Is that, can I have clarification on that from Amy Martin is saying yes? So is that something we would want to refer to budgets and properties to look at?
Okay, so.
Yes, Dr. Bonner.
The vote for tonight is really just accepting the city's appropriation. But in terms of the actual full budget and looking at the line items, then if you all have some suggestions for us this evening, we can take that into consideration. I can bring it back to the administration, and then we can make those changes within the cost centers so that you can review those cost centers, which are that has the line item.
Well, I mean, I'm not prepared to come with recommendations this evening because, in all honesty, I didn't know. I asked the question, has the line item budget for level services changed? I haven't since April. So you're telling me no now, but I didn't know that before.
Okay,
right?
so, but it won't change you all voting tonight to accept the appropriations, but in terms of changing the line items, you can do that.
So that can be a next step.
Yes, but I will share some things that the alt team, along with Bobby and I, have been working on. So first of all, we know that we need a third grade teacher to open up a new third grade at Bridge Street School. So that is going to be covered. That will be a location move for one of our instructors from one building to another, and that will not impact any increase in the budget. We do have a Unit A member who has been serving as interim principal that has to be put back in the Unit A position. And so the consideration is to actually put that person serving in Bridge Street School as an interventionist, which was a request on the strong budget. There is also the science position. So speaking to Principal Lockery and her team, there is a thought that there is, she has some vacancies. So there's a vacancy that she would like to not fill. And then, so that would be, again, another location change and bring on a position change, actually, but within the level service budget to bring on a science teacher. So that would be, again, no impact. It's just moving some lines to try to get some of the requests. There are some other outstanding concerns that you all need to consider. For instance, the addition of the special education stipend for next year. That was not in the level service budget. It's not in our budget this year, and it's not in the level service budget next year. So that's something else we also would need to look for in the budget. And then the after-school programs, the revenue that we bring in, concerned that we will not bring enough revenue to cover some of those expenses. So you really need to watch those numbers as well. And then lastly, the director of student services pointed out that our current population that we're serving, we have staffing, support staff to meet those required services. That's as of today. Lots of things happen between the end of school year and the beginning of the school year. You never know who will move into your district. So you still have $114,000 remaining in the special education stabilization fund that you can draw from for that emergency. So if you do need to bring in another special education teacher, that will be another source to be able to do that. Bobby, did I cover everything?
I believe so. There's just constant change all the time, so.
Yes.
But I think you hit everything.
Okay.
So just a reminder, the vote tonight is really just to accept the city's appropriation to the school district. And then you all can work on those line items. But I did want to share some of those moves already.
May I just ask, in terms of the vacancy that Principal Lockery won't fill at JFK to hire the science teacher, what vacancy is that?
So she has recommended one of, I think she has 3 or 2 special ed vacancies. So it's going to be one of her special education vacancies. And then she's going to reassign some of the caseloads to cover that position. There is hope too, as she works with the director of student services, that she may be able to recoup that position by looking at the assignments of the paraprofessionals. So if she's able to reduce 3 of them, she may be able to bring that teacher back online. So again, I don't want to say it's a shell game, but it's really moving positions.
Okay, Member Martin.
Yeah, it sounds like it's a puzzle all the time.
All the time.
Couple questions. Can you say for the reallocation to cover the third grade teacher at Bridge Street School, which I'm glad is happening. Those classes were getting so big. Where is that person getting reassigned
So
from?
we had, I believe it was the fifth grade band at Jackson Street. We had 3 classes in that grade band. We will not need the 3 classes next year.
Okay.
So that's 1 teacher that's extra at Jackson Street that we can move over to Bridge Street.
Got it. Okay. The interim principal at Leeds, can you just sort of explain the legalities of the contract in terms of them? They didn't leave, they're still in the union even though they were in a management position.
So the person took the interim position under the guise that she would be promised a Unit A position upon return if she was not selected as principal.
But there's no contract about
It is a
that.
contract. It's within her contract. Her 1-year interim contract
Okay.
is stated.
I see.
Yes.
Is that a normal process?
In most cases, yes.
Okay.
Because you're never guaranteed the principalship.
Right.
And so you're actually doing a service to the district by stepping in and serving as interim
Okay.
for that year. And, you know, with the hope that maybe that 1 year long interview,
Yeah.
in a way,
Yeah.
will end up as being, you know, a final position.
Okay. I mean, if
That
it's in
was
her
not-
contract, it's in her contract.
It's in her contract.
I'm glad to hear that there's a solution, as complicated and as challenging as it sounds in terms of the special ed services at JFK, but because it does sound like we weren't going to be in compliance and run the size of numbers of students in the lab at the 7th grade level. So I'm
They were
glad.
talking about 27 students in
24, I think,
Right,
is the
and
limit.
there's the expectation of about 40 students who will be coming into the school from other private schools for grade 7.
Yeah.
So
huge.
it's a real concern.
Yeah, yeah. Bobby, you and I had some conversation about this in terms of like, how do we make those line item recommendations? So for your consideration with ALT, I mean, we have had so many discussions about the needs around our students who are in our special ed services and, you know, the serious issues that we've had that were brought to light with DESE and through the case report, and changes in, you know, in reporting to try to meet timelines, et cetera. We're still looking for data. I don't think we got the data about service hours that we asked for as opposed to caseload, because that was part of my learning that service hours is a better measure than caseload numbers.
It is. So that was not given to us yet. So, you know, I could go back and ask for that information from our Director of Student Services. Because you're gonna need that in terms of determining our moves for JFK, as well as any other building that we're addressing. But it's interesting because it is, in terms of how children are assigned to our staff, it could be the grade level, and it's really not based upon dividing up the service hours or looking at the specific needs of the child. You know, that they may be more in depth where there would be more services provided. So, so right now, I mean, and the case report says this, that there's such a range in terms of how many students are assigned to our staff. You know, it goes from 11 to maybe 17 or so. So it, I will ask him to pull those numbers for you. I don't know if it would be right away, but I will ask. We are trying to close up our school year. It's been quite busy.
Yes, of course. Thank you. So what I would ask is that, you know, we don't know where best to put staff, but it seems like, and I don't know where you would, Bobby was telling me, like, it's up to you to figure this out, where you move money from, but that there are at least a couple positions needed, whether those are the ETLs that we keep on talking about or clerical support that will reduce the burden on our special ed teachers. So I would encourage you to look at, and I guess we can come back with motions to do this particularly, but, if you can look at that or we can, and pass that on to however you are orienting the new superintendent. It seems clear that there's capacity needs in order to meet our compliance and our moral duty to our students.
I hear you. And so just remember that, the case report with their recommendations, there was quite a few that it may not be right away that you're able to bring all of this into play. So it was just a strategy in terms of what can you do this year, and then what can you add on next year, and so on.
Right. And this is, if we can do that now and have these in place for next, hiring season, get people in place for the fall, maybe even late in the hiring season, but that would be better.
We had, as you all saw this evening, quite a few special ed teachers to retire, and it's going to be a challenge to fill those positions. That's our focus right now.
Thank you.
Okay, Member Reese.
I want to say that I'm very glad to hear that it seems like the JFK science teacher is going to be covered, because that was certainly near the top of my list. And then echoing what Member Martin says about making sure that we get some special ed support, whether it's the ETLs or clerical support. I really think, I would like to leave that to the new superintendent to decide where those are most needed, but I would really just so strongly emphasize that we need those. And I share the concerns about the special education stipend and for the after-school program. And I would love, I don't know where to cut, but I would love maybe to somehow be able to juggle things and rejigger things for those as well. Those are my what I see as priorities as well. So just echoing.
Member Montgomery Tomaclo.
Hi. So, Dr. Bonner, you said that you will take the suggestions we give you back to the all.
Shoot, I think I just muted because I was double and I muted the wrong me. So I muted the Zoom because it had my picture. I'm so tired. Sorry.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right, I'm listening.
Okay, so you said you'll take our suggestions back to the alt team, and they will make their suggestions. But given the timing, we don't have a July meeting, and we might need to hire instead of just moving positions around. What would be your suggestion about when we would need to come back and approve the changes to the budget?
Oh. You know something, to be honest with you, you might want to just wait until your new superintendent is on board, because I know that she has some ideas and some thoughts in terms of how she wants to restructure central office. And it's not you're going to have a budget, so you always can make changes within the budget. Bobby would probably say, Portia, stop saying that, but it's true. It's true. Yes, it is true. So that will give you time to be able to be thoughtful in terms of your positions and how you want to move things, and then have that time with her to be able to hear from her and her thoughts and her desires, and then also she will work with the admin team. At least you know the priorities of the alt team. It hasn't changed. So, and I trimmed those priorities, which is that chart that's kind of the guiding chart. And so not much of that has changed. We've been able to work out a couple of little tweaks. There's a possibility of some other movements that we could do too. But I will ask Bobby to keep you in the loop in terms of what moves we were able to make to get towards those priorities. And then when you come back together in August, or even sending some of those suggestions prior to, so that Bobby has them and can work with the incoming superintendent, that it will be profitable for you all and more advantageous to have some time to think about it and to look at the actual cost centers that Bobby will update for you.
Okay. last question. You mentioned the number of special education teachers who retired. So they were counted in the level services budget.
Yes.
So are we recruiting for those replacements now? Okay.
Only with one exception of that one we're holding off for JFK.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone who has not yet spoken yet? Member Mahoney?
I'm just looking at the time and wondering about calling the question. Is that something that we can do?
Is a thing you could do?
Okay. So move to call the question.
I second.
Motion's been made by Member Mahoney, seconded by Member Martin. Roll call. Is there discussion on calling the question? I can't remember anymore. I don't think so. Roll
I
call.
wanted to make a motion to refer to budget and property, so.
Roll call.
Roll call. This is on calling the question. Member Martin.
Yes.
Member Mahoney.
Yes.
Member Reese.
Yes.
Member Jewell.
Yep.
Member Sainer Sullivan.
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Bartoli.
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund.
No.
Member Montgomery Tamako.
No.
Motion passes.
Okay, so then we move right to the motion on the floor, which is accepting this budget. Roll call, please.
Coming. Member Reese.
Yes.
Member Jewell.
Yep.
Member Sainer Sullivan.
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Bartoli.
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund.
Yes.
Member Montgomery Tamako.
Yes.
Member Martin.
Yes.
Did I get everybody? Member Mahoney.
Yes, please.
Okay, that passes. So we have 3 minutes until someone needs to make a motion. Am I correct that the next thing that has to happen tonight is G?
Oh, yes, the seclusion.
F?
Let's do F.
Okay, F.
Are they here?
Who? Yeah, but I mean, you have to do the Ignite stuff, right?
We do have to do the Ignite thing, yeah.
We have to do restraint and seclusion policy.
So restraint.
I do need that because we're trying to get the registration
Yes.
out.
Right,
To see if- Yeah.
And we also have at least one item on, what's it called? Executive session that we have to get to.
How much time do we think we need? 30 minutes? 11 o'clock.
If we're doing, so we have to do both of these, or can this one wait?
That one can wait.
Okay.
Yes. They have to. It would be nice to get that. We need that for August 17th. It's got to be up and running.
Restraint and
The
seclusion?
restraint and seclusion.
Okay, so yes, right now?
Yes, if we could.
11 o'clock.
Yeah, I think that would be safe.
Great. Motion to suspend the rules for 45 minutes until 11 o'clock.
Second.
Motion's made by Member Montgomery Tamako, seconded by Member Jewell. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
These are for things that have to happen this evening. And what are those? Can you tell me? Is it the budget, the restraint?
My understanding is that F, so restraint and seclusion policy, G, Ignite end time responsibility, H, the
MOA,
the Y, MOA, and then there is at least one, there's this item we have to do. Do you have any, or do any of these have to go?
Well, we're going to meet again on Wednesday, right?
It seems so.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we can wait.
So at least, but there's at least one that has to happen today under
Yeah, I
executive
just
session.
wanted to clarify which ones.
Okay, so let's move on to, oh, wait.
We have to vote.
Motion's made, it was seconded, yes? Roll call, please.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Bartoli.
No.
Member Weisenfreund.
Yes.
Member Montgomery Tamako.
Yes.
Member Martin.
Yes.
Member Mahoney.
No.
Member Reese.
Yes.
Member Jewell.
Yes.
Member Sainer Sullivan.
Yes.
Motion passes.
2/3. Right. Okay.
Yeah. there were only
Okay.
two noes.
So moving on to F, which is first reading and request to suspend rules to approve policy JKB, restraint and seclusion. Member Biden.
Okay, so I'll make it quick. I think that we had a really productive and collaborative process working with Director Holloway and extensively also with CPAC to discuss both the policies and procedures. People worked incredibly well together. Changes were made and changes were suggested, changes were accepted. And at the main meeting, we came to an agreement about the policy that you see here. It was decided that because there is a time crunch, because we have to have a policy by August 17th, I think it is, Dr. Bonner, right? That we would ask you to approve the policy that you were sent tonight, and the agreement was that Director Holloway would continue to work with the CPAC board on hammering out pieces of the procedures. So I would like to make a motion that the body approve the restraint and seclusion policy that is in front of you this evening.
Second.
Okay, motion's made by Member Weisenfeld, seconded by Member Mahoney. Yes? Okay. Any discussion on the policy?
No discussion, but just thank you for your work.
Okay, great. Then roll call, please.
Member Martin.
Yes.
Member Mahoney.
Yes.
Member Reese.
Yes.
Member Jewell.
Yes.
Member Sainer Sullivan.
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Bartoli.
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund.
Yes.
Member Montgomery Jamaclo.
Yes. That was a motion to approve.
Yeah.
We need a motion to suspend rules. I apologize.
Okay.
So you've done one vote. We now need we should have suspended rules first.
So motion to suspend rules and move to a second reading, is that right?
Yeah, I think that would be fine. Motion's made by Member Weisenfeld, seconded by?
Second.
Member Montgomery Jamaclo. Any further?
We don't have a quorum anymore.
Yeah, we do.
We have
two people on Zoom.
Sorry.
Totally. It's an empty room, but
I was counting on it. I was like, oof.
Okay, roll call, please.
Member Mahoney.
she's gone.
Oh. Member Reese.
Yes.
Member Jewell.
Yep.
Member Sainer Sullivan.
Yes.
Member Shara.
Yes.
Member Bartoli.
Also gone.
Member Weisenfreund.
Yes.
Member Montgomery Jamaclo.
Yes.
Member Martin.
Yes.
Okay,
That's
great.
everybody.
Great, thank you for that. Okay, moving to G, motion to cede this school committee responsibility to the superintendent for the Ignite end time. And Member Reese, you were going to talk about this?
Yep, I'll try to be fast. So in conversations with Gabrielle Hollander, the new director of Ignite, she has concerns about whether she'll be able to, at least at the outset, find people to staff for the on-site positions for each school who can stay that late. So that is concern number one. And then concern number two is that since this is supposed to be a self-sustaining, self-funded program, she is not sure that the numbers of children who will be able to attend this will make it pay for itself. And while I think down the road, we probably as a school committee want to support the community's need, even if it's just for a small number of families, to have that extra time, since this is the self-sustaining budget for this program that is already questionably funded, underfunded at the moment. She would just like that flexibility to be able to decide with the superintendent so that we don't have to vote on the end time if the end time seems like it's going to lead to the program not being successful if it's extended. That was a lot of words, but hopefully that came across. I'm very tired. Okay.
So I make a motion to cede school committee responsibility to the superintendent for the Ignite end time.
Second.
Motion's made by Member Martin, it was seconded by Member Sanders Sullivan, is that right? Mm-hmm. Is that you? Okay. Discussion, Member Weisenfreund?
Yeah, so we did vote in March to have it operate from 2 to 6 p.m. And, you know, the reason for that was to match the YMCA hours so that there are actually multiple options for parents. That was our vote.
Mm-hmm. Member Martin?
I believe I did hear that another aspect of this was that the number of families currently staying late in the current programs is already very low. I agree, we did vote for that. This is a change to try to make the program sustainable and to say, we trust you to do the right, you understand our intent, we want it to be late, but if it's gonna harm the program, we can add that later.
Well, or the other way to think about it is that we try what we voted on, and then if it doesn't work, we consider flexibility down the road, but not, we haven't even begun, right? So I would be hesitant to vote on something that we haven't started yet.
Member Sanders Sullivan?
I think that because of the precarious position we're in, that we need to really trust the people that know what they're doing and know how to make this take off and be sustainable. And I, for one, am not a person to make that decision. So I would rather have somebody else make those decisions.
Member Montgomery Tomaclo?
I would like it if Gabrielle could talk to the entire body. I think that that's really important, especially since we set the after-school program up to, or at least talk to BNP and curriculum, so that we can have an idea of what she's looking at, what are her roadblocks. Like, some schools probably may not need 5:15, but do we need to say 5:15 across the board? Can we say, like, you know, like at Ryan Road, they get out at 5:15, but Bridge has a lot of families that need 6 o'clock. I think that, like, we need to, like, if we set until 6, I think that if it's a staffing issue, staffing is numbers based. So, like, if there aren't a lot of kids, then you don't need a lot of staff, and you'll figure that out pretty quickly. But you won't figure out if people need 6 o'clock care if you're not open until 6 o'clock. That's the other thing, too.
Member Reese?
I mean, I do think that the idea is that it would be adjusted by schools and by time and all of that. I mean, this idea is not to say we are definitely not going to stay till 6. The idea is to leave it in the hands of the people running the program so that they have the flexibility to make it a success.
Member Jewell?
Is this coming from Director Gabby? Okay. And then the other thing
What was the
is...
answer? I didn't hear the answer.
There wasn't, there was a...
There was a nod.
I still need it, yes.
And then the other thing is ceding, looking at the motion, to cede school committee responsibility to the superintendent and the Ignite, for the Ignite end time. That's not saying, like, it's not going to be 6 o'clock but potentially could be different for the different schools or whatever. Okay. Sorry, I'm just needing to, like, figure it out.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, so there's a motion to approve or to, for the motion that's on the agenda.
Motion to approve.
It's already been made. I think there's a motion on the floor. I was just sort of, I very inartfully was trying to reiterate it without saying all the words. Okay, no further discussion. Roll call, please, Cassie.
Member Jewell?
Yes.
Member Sanders Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund?
No.
Member Montgomery Tomaclo?
No.
Member Martin?
Yes.
Member Reese?
Yes.
5 yes, 2 no's.
Okay, moving to H. Discussion and vote on the agreement between Northampton Public Schools and the YMCA for the use of school facilities for after-school programming.
So I'll speak very briefly. I hope that you all had an opportunity to review the MOA. And so very quickly, it's a 3-year term running from July 1st, 2026 to July 1st, 2029. There's no automatic renewal. Parties must meet 12 months prior to the end date to discuss a renewal. If an agreement is being negotiated but not yet finalized by the expiration date, the contract extends for 1 additional year to prevent service disruption. Let's see. There are specifics that are dictated within the MOA in terms of location and capacity for the programs. For each of the individual buildings, the hour, the operational hour for the programs, and then the exclusive staggering of use of different spaces in each of the different buildings. Let's see, other things. So the other components of the MOA is literally a template. It was vetted by our council and their council back and forth. So it's a matter of whether you want me to move forward with this MOA. If there's something you want to address in the MOA, now is the time to do that so that we can get this signed before I leave, and so that, and then also that Gabby, our director, Gabrielle Hollander, can begin to work with the Y.
Okay. Thank you. Member Reese.
The 3-year part of this makes me concerned because we are starting our own program and we don't know how it's going to, what its needs are going to be and how it's going to interface with the Y. And I know a lot of work has gone into this document, a lot of back and forth, but the 3 years feels a little bit, makes me a little nervous. I don't know how others are thinking about it, but it seems long.
Member Weisenfreund.
I absolutely agree with Member Reese about that. My only issue is the 3-year term. We don't know what's going to happen with our program. It could very well grow. I'd much prefer 1 year with a renewal in June 2027.
Member Montgomery Tomaclo.
I agree with both Member Reese and Weisenfreund, and I also think that this MOU is more protective of the Y than it is of us, and we're trying to grow our program, and I think that we are going to need the flexibility of not being locked into a 3-year contract with them.
Member Martin?
I also agree. The Y operated without an MOA for years and years. I understand why they want one, but I agree that a 1-year MOA is the right way for us to go at this juncture with our new program launching.
Member Sainer Sullivan.
I too was surprised by the 3 years. I seem to recall when we had a meeting here and director of the Y was here that I thought we were talking about at least 1 year. So.
If I may speak to you all, if you would at least compromise to a 2-year, and let me just explain why. Literally, once they sign this, we would have to then go back into negotiations for the next one because we are to begin 12 months prior to the renewal. So at least I understand, I hear what you're saying, but please consider at least the 2 years, and so that it gives time for the district's programs to be up and running. To get our application in for becoming a voucher receiving organization. And then at least it'll give your incoming superintendent a year where she does not have to go through negotiations of this contract, but it'll be the next June that she begins with the next negotiation. And this body will then tell her what your wishes are. But I would just ask that you would reconsider at least compromise with the 2-year contract.
Dr. Bonner, is a 12-month negotiation period standard?
That's long, but I think I think because of the way the Y runs their programs and anticipation and budget-wise, they have to plan. So it's a budget fiscal planning strategy that they're utilizing. So that was why the request of the 12 months. They need to know if they're going to really have it or not.
I've lost track. Okay.
I have my hand up.
I can't tell. I can't remember if I put down.
I don't know if you put your.
Okay, go ahead.
I just did.
I do remember that they had a concern when they were here earlier in the winter about wanting some assurance before they opened up registration, which they did in when? April?
They did in April.
So if we shorten the 12 months, I'm just trying to think this through. I hear what you're saying, and definitely, starting the negotiations now would not make sense. But I'm just trying to think, so if they would need some reassurance in April and we started 3 months before then, so does that make any sense? I'm just thinking aloud. Then we would have at least a few months in our program. We would at least see what enrollment was like and how it's going in terms of recruiting staff. Is that, keep it at 1 year, but change it to 1 year and change the renegotiation term to whatever, 6 months.
So I don't know what they would think of that. I can bring that back to them. And is that the only, because I just want to let you know, again, you see how you all are planning your annual budget right now for the year, and you see how long it took us. We started this back, actually we started it in October, but you all took this on in January. So you look at the time frame of the planning. So just be cognizant of that. But whatever you all decide, I will try to bring it back to them. They may not sign, or I don't know. But maybe 6 months. But again, 2 years. Usually if you have a MOA, you want it to go a little longer than a year. And that is normally the case, that is longer than a year.
Generally these are 3 years. And they've been waiting for some sort of answer from us for a long time. And I just want to note again that they have served this need in our community for over 30 years.
Without an MOA.
And yes, but
Without an MOA.
now you can understand why they would like an MOA. And so I think, I just want to say that I would like us to show sort of some respect for the work that they've done here for a long time. Member Montgomery Tomko.
I do respect the work that they've done. But I also respect and I want to give space for the work that we are doing, that Gabrielle is doing, that the new superintendent will do to grow our program. And if not having an MOA is not stopping them from running the program, and it's clearly not, then I think that and we all seem to be aligned on the 1 year. I think as much as it would be nice to have this over, I think maybe take it back, Dr. Bonner, and see what they think about the 6 months. And if they don't agree to the 6 months, then we can have another conversation.
Okay, so to be honest, to kind of go back and forth, I just kind of need your directions. And if they go for it, then we're able to go ahead and sign.
Yes.
But if they don't go for it, then
it would get
counter proposal.
Okay.
Okay, but someone should make a motion, because that's not how we.
I got you. I make a motion for Dr. Bonner to take the MOA, correct? Is it MOU?
I think it's A.
Okay.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, to take I make a motion for Dr. Bonner to take the MOA with the YMCA about the after-school program, and with the direction that we want it changed to a 1 year term with a 6 month negotiation for the contract extension.
I'll second.
Motion's made by Member Montgomery Tomko, seconded by Member Weisenfreud. Any further, Member Bartoli is back.
Yes, hello everyone. I've signed in from home because of this conversation. So I received some information from a constituent recently that there have been other states and other districts, and I don't have specifics about this, that have come under litigation for hosting programs in their premises that are not in compliance with special ed, and specifically the Y has been sued for running programs on district premises that are not in compliance with special ed regulations. And so I guess I'm concerned about what signing an MOA with the Y when they don't honor IEPs and 504s in our buildings might open us up to. I know that we've tried to negotiate with them to come into compliance with those things, and they have been unwilling to do so. And so my question is Dr. Bonner specifically, do you know how this might impact us if we do sign a legal contract with them and they're not honoring special ed regulations?
No, I can't answer that. I would have to consult with our attorney of any risk, but I'm sure that our attorney would have already said that to us, but I will specifically ask about the risk.
Okay, because my inclination would be to table this until we are certain that signing an MOA with an organization that doesn't support students with special ed needs isn't going to cause problems for the district.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mayor Shara.
No.
Member Bartoli.
No.
Member Weisenfreund.
Yes.
Member Montgomery Tamaclo.
Yes.
Member Martin.
Yes.
Member Mahoney. Oh, sorry. Member Reese.
Yes.
Member Jewell.
Yeah.
Member Sainer Sullivan.
Yes.
Okay.
What was that vote?
That vote was
6-2.
No, I mean, what was it?
For 1 year with a 6-month contract.
Thank you.
Negotiation.
I thought it was a table vote.
Renegotiation window.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so I just want to go over what we haven't covered. Also for the public, there's still public on Zoom. So the things on the agenda that we have not discussed are under new business D, which is a vote on recommendation to codify the existing off and away procedure into policy for a pilot at the high school. E, a vote on the MPS bullying intervention and implementation plan. And I, a resolution in support of Massachusetts Bill H 4361 S 1884. And the remaining school improvement plans, and the budget and property subcommittee report, superintendent evaluation subcommittee report. I skipped it, superintendent report as well, and the CPAC report. So those are the.
We didn't do the bill warrants either.
Yes, we did.
Well, with Bobby's report.
Yeah, that was part of Bobby's report.
Okay.
So those are the items that we have not covered yet. We have a contingency meeting that's a potential for next Wednesday at, I can tell you because it's right here, 6:30. So that's the 17th, June 17th at 6:30, only on Zoom. And we still have to go into executive session to do at least one item. So I'm sorry for anyone who waited for these items that we didn't get to. I've tried to move us along, but I think at this point, to be able to do the last item that I know we must do tonight, we should, let me quickly read over, so future business topics. There's always the year-long agenda topics people can look at on the agenda. Late start time for NHS in August, we'll talk about. NACE's Immigrant Solidarity Committee resolution. Northampton Public Schools ensuring schools as safe zones free from immigration enforcement. We heard about it at public comment. That will be discussed in August. Section 14 of the Rules of Procedure in August, clarifying contingency meeting procedures in August, clarifying school committee voting process on NACE MOAs in August, and our future business meetings are Rules and Policy Subcommittee, June 17th at 5 p.m. on Zoom. Whoops. School committee, this meeting to continue these items on June 17 at 6:30 on Zoom. Budget and Property Subcommittee, August 10th, 5 PM on Zoom. School committee, full meeting. I believe this date is going to be changed, and we are all have been working on a doodle, so it will not be August 13th. We will announce when, probably on Wednesday, we will announce when that August meeting will be for the full school committee.
Virtual or in person?
So that will be the first full school committee meeting with the new superintendent, so I was going to suggest that it be hybrid. So if people can't be there because they're on a trip and they want to come on Zoom, great. But if they can be in person, at least have the option to be in person. Rules and Policy Subcommittee, August 19th at 5 PM on Zoom. Okay. Yes.
Can we take a poll to see if we're going to have a quorum for Wednesday night?
Sure. Yeah, we don't have everybody here. Anybody who's in this meeting right now cannot be there on Wednesday at 6:30 on Zoom. That was not be there. So it looks like everyone, at least here, this quorum can be there.
Okay, good.
So great. Thank you. Okay, so again, sorry to anyone still on Zoom that we did not get to the item that you were listening for, perhaps. But we are going to move into executive session, and I would like someone to please make that motion. We will be adjourning from executive session, not coming back into open session.
I
got it.
Are we meeting for?
Let's read the whole thing just in case, because that way if we can get to other items, we can.
Is there two? Oh, I see.
Okay.
There are two different reasons there.
Yep.
I got it. Pursuant to MGL Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining or litigation, if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigating position of the public body, and the chair so declares. And pursuant to MGL C 30A 21A7, to comply with or act under the authority of any general or special law or federal grant and aid requirements for the purpose of reviewing and approving executive session minutes to comply with the open meeting law, GLC 30A 22FG. We have A, MOA for nutrition services, clerical staff. B, MOA for clerical staff tracking missed services. C, MOA for tech integrationists. D, meeting minutes of May 6, 2026. E, meeting minutes of April 9th, 2026. F, meeting minutes May 14th, 2026. G, under Purpose 1, to discuss charges brought against the school committee, and under Purpose 3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining or litigation if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigating position of the public body, and the chair so declares. Specifically to discuss under both purposes the charges brought and strategy with respect to the prohibited practice charge filed by NACE on or about May 21st, 2026 in Northampton Association of School Employees and Northampton School Committee, MDLR case number MUP 26-12080. H, also under purposes 1 and 3, charge of prohibited practice filed with the DLR on June 9th, 2026.
Motion's been made by Member Montgomery Tomoko, seconded by Member Sainer Sullivan. The chair does so declare. Again, we will be adjourning from executive session, not coming back into open session. Thank you, anyone who's here. Roll call, please.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Bartoli? She's gone again. Member Weisenfreund?
Yes.
Member Montgomery Tomaclo?
Yes.
Member Martin? Yes. Member Mahoney? Member Reese?
Yes.
Member Jewell?
Yep.
Member Sainer Sullivan?
Yes. Did you say me?
Mayor Shara?
Yes. Okay, we are adjourned from open session.